All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for stopping by, tuning back in this evening for your ongoing coverage of the war in Iran. Give me 1 second here. Again, I'm just getting set up, just getting started here. We have multiple live feeds coming in this evening. Again, Beirut, we have Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, our second Beirut skyline, our second Tel Aviv skyline. Again, so that's what we're working with for live feeds coming out of the Middle East. We're going to be going through and getting you guys all updated on everything that's been happening over the past day here. We'll go through about the past 12 hours of news as usual, getting everybody updated on the major developments and any other things that may have occurred again over the past 8 to 12 hours here. We'll also be looking at some of the other various open source open source intelligence data sources that we have, getting you guys kind of updated. This is going to be again probably a shorter stream tonight. We're starting a little later here tonight. Had a pretty long day, but nonetheless, I told myself I got to go live. We got to get you guys the reports. Got to get you guys updated on what's going on. We've had a few major developments today. I'll be talking about those this evening. Just Mark, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Rule Pulse. Again, I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly. Thank you guys so much for the super chats there in the YouTube live chat. Just Mark says, welcome, Nemico. I hope you're well. I am doing well. I hope you're also doing well, Mark. Rule says, hope you're well. Thanks for reporting, as always. Thank you so much, Rule. I appreciate that. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, if you guys can please go down in the bottom below the stream and hit that like button. I would really appreciate it if you did that. Again, we can get the algorithm's attention here and get this news out to more people. As always, we'll also be going through the Discord server. I'm keeping an eye on those channels over there. I know some of you had posted some videos and some reports, both in the Situation Room and a few of the other channels. So don't worry, I will be going through those. We'll be showing those on stream. We'll be talking about those. Let me see here. Rule says, just call me Rolling Sausage if it's easier. We'll do that. Kipcast, good to see you. Nemico, good to see you. Or, sorry, Scotty. I'm talking to myself here. Yeah, it's been a long one. It's been a long one today. Scream Engine, good to see you. Big Red, good to see you. Dylan Williams. Gun Bunny, Miss Tiger Eye, good to see you tuning in and holding down the fort over there in the live chats. Big shout out to everybody that's tuning in over on Twitch. As always, love to see you guys over there. Again, I'm just getting started here, getting everything together for you. We're gonna jump right into it this evening. I'm not gonna sit and ramble like I did last night. I think we had like 30 minutes of rambling before I actually got into the news. It was one of those nights. Kipcast, good to see you. Says long overdue. Thanks for the coverage and putting up with my military tech nerdery. Hey, I love the nerdery. Okay, so keep it coming. Keep it coming. Appreciate it, Kipcast. Again, thank you so much, guys, for the support. Again, it makes this possible here. Curtis West, good to see you. Khalid, good to see you, as always. Shiloh, good to see you as well. Hold on here. Let me get this updated here. Scream Engine, Wonderlust, Roddy Mom, good to see you. LD429, good to see you. All right, guys. So again, I don't want to ramble on too long here. I want to get right into the news. I want to get right into the coverage here for today. We had a pretty big news conference by U.S. President Donald Trump earlier today. We'll be talking about that. We'll be talking about some of the major developments here. I'm going to start by, again, going through probably our open source intelligence feed. However, actually, we might start this evening going through our live UA maps. I've been kind of neglecting these over the past few streams here. So we might start with these instead, and then go into our OSINT feed over here on X. I'll be getting everybody caught up, as always, on what's been going on over the course of the day, but we'll also be looking at some of the latest developments as well here shortly. Becca Fly, good to see you, as always. Scotty No says, rambling is the best part of the stream. I'm glad to hear that. Glad to hear that. Yeah, it has been a big night for both sides in the conflict. That is for sure. That is for sure, Becca. Yeah, we'll be going through and all, as I said, I'll be getting you guys all updated on what's going on here. Just give me 1 second. I'm getting a couple things situated here. Parker, good to see you. He says, what's up, man? Wife and I are date nighting you again. That's awesome. That is awesome to hear. Wanderlust, thank you so much for the super chat there. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, as always. Good to see you tuning in tonight, Wanderlust. D-Glass, good to see you. He says, oil is starting to drop in price. Silver is starting to rise in price. Yes, I noticed that. That's one of the things we'll be going over tonight. So on last night's stream, again, we saw this oil price hit $115 per barrel, and it is on the rise a little bit right now. over the past couple hours here. However, again, I think that those statements that were made by the U.S. president today, again, brought that oil price back down. Again, stopped some of the, kind of fear-mongering and speculation that was happening in the markets over the past day. Kind of, allowed some people to chill out, I think. But again, I saw some people saying in the chats, isn't the war over? Didn't Donald Trump say the war's over? No, it's far from the case. And again, I'll be showing you guys what's going on at the moment, getting you kind of a little bit of a sit rep on again what things are looking like here in the Middle East. Benny Hill says, did I get banned? No, you're not banned. You're still there. I see your messages. You're coming in loud and clear, Benny. How am I? Do I sound good? Am I coming in loud and clear, guys? I adjusted my microphone a little bit. I want to make sure that I'm coming in loud and clear. Let me know in the chat if I'm sounding good tonight. Rakasan, good to see you. Good to see you, Rakasan. Rakasan, is that the same? Is this the same Rakasan as the one in? I mean, I doubt there's that many Rakasans here. I mean, how many people have that name? Is that the same one that is in the Discord? Is that my mod Rakasan? In which case, I need to fix a couple things here. Will Russell says I sound good. Good. Same rocks. Okay, I got to make sure before pressing the button there. All right, Rockasan, I tossed you mod as well in the YouTube channel. Since you're already a mod on the Discord, I like to be consistent here. All right, so as I said before, we're going to get right into it. I'm going to start with, well, what do you guys want to hear first? Do you want to hear some of the updates? Again, we're going to be looking through the live UA maps. Do you want to hear Iran first or Israel first? Let me know in the live chat here. Should we start with Iran or Israel? Let me know. Let me know in the chat. Bubba, good to see you. Urkel says, adjust your mic. I should be coming through pretty loud. I should be coming through pretty clear. Let me know. I should be coming through pretty clear. We do have 5 channels of audio coming out of our feeds, though. So you guys are also hearing that. Keep that in mind. Iran. Everybody's saying Iran. So I think the overwhelming majority here is that we should start with Iran. So we will start over here with Iran, again, over on our live UA map. Mike sounds good to me, says Liquid Light Aerospace. It's better now. Yeah, so sometimes when I turn away, again, this is kind of like a directional mic I'm using, so sometimes when I turn away or lean away from the mic, it might get a little quieter. Kipcast sounds good to me. TV audio. Good. All right, so again, without further ado, we're going to get right into the news here, again, over on our live universal awareness map. Yeah, so I have, as Gun Bunny says, when I'm like reading off another screen, I go soft. Yeah, so again, it is kind of like a directional mic, and I have 5 monitors kind of surrounding me at the moment, so when I turn my head to look at a different screen, I might go a little bit quieter there for a second, but I'll try to bring the mic a little closer here so we can get the reports. We can get the reports ASMR here for you tonight. All right. Okay. Without further ado, I'm going to start going through our reports here for the evening. Again, tonight we're starting with our live universal awareness map. All right. Again, I've been kind of neglecting this over the past week or so here, or the past few nights, I should say. So I kind of want to go through. We're going to start with these reports first, and then we'll jump over to everything that we got going on over on the X feed. Really quick before we begin, again, there's links to everything down in the description below for those that are new here. Again, the link to the Discord is down there. The link to our X feed where you can follow that is over there. If you're not already subscribed, make sure you're subscribed. And then, of course, hit that like button for me real quick, ladies and gentlemen, again, so we can get this video out to more people. So we can get this live stream out to more people. All right, okay. Yeah, and as Parker says, we're not gonna touch on the cluster munitions topic again this night. Don't worry, I got a video coming your way, most likely tomorrow, on that subject. Might be a back-to-back feature, tomorrow. We might end up having 2 videos uploaded if I can get the other one situated. All right, okay, so without further ado here, we're going to be starting to go through our live universal awareness map updates. The latest update came in 5 hours ago over here. Sometimes when a lot of news is coming out of an area, these kind of lag behind. So again, right now we're in kind of a lag period here on live UA map. Don't worry, I will be covering the more recent stuff when we hop over to our X feed, so to stand by. These are typically some of the more priority reports anyway that are geolocated here on this map. All right, okay, so first of all, 5 hours ago, Iranian TV says casualties in Israeli-American attacks targeting an industrial city east of Tehran. And you can see here where that is geolocated on the map. And we have quite a few strikes that have been geolocated here in the past 24 hours over on live universal awareness map. Let me see here if maybe I can split focus this. Yeah, but then you guys can't see the side. We'll leave it like this for now. And shortly when I hop over to the X feed, we will go into a split focus. So, and then 5 hours ago as well, we had a drone that was crashed/shot down in the suburbs of Harir district, northeast Erbil, Kurdistan region. That's in Iraq. Okay, so again, lots of action has been happening over here in Iraq, in and around where that U.S. military base is there, where the embassy. There's an embassy again in this area as well. A lot of activity has been happening in Iraq over the past 12 to 24 hours. 6 hours ago in Bahrain. This is from the Ministry of the Interior there. In a preliminary count, 1 person died and others were injured as a result of a blatant Iranian attack targeting a residential building in Manama. That's located here on the map. Again, this has also been a pretty big hot zone here in the Gulf countries here. In fact, if you notice, we don't have that much plotted for the rest of the Gulf countries. But if you look at Bahrain, I mean, we got 4 things plotted here in the past short while. And then Kuwait as well is also pretty busy. 6 hours ago, Revolutionary Guard positions in Shahin Dej city in West Azerbaijan were bombed. So again, Azerbaijan is heating up as well. I know a lot of you had been asking about that the past few days here. But yeah, Azerbaijan again is getting a little spicy the past few days here. So we're going to keep an eye on that situation. 6 hours ago, Trump says Iran will be hit harder if it damages oil supplies. So that's like the kind of next in line here for Iran when it comes to escalating this conflict. Again, that's the big question right now. Are they going to start to hit more of those oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz that are kind of parked, as I've showed you the past few nights, parked in some of these small groups hanging around? Are they going to start to hit more of those oil tankers? Are they going to start to hit more of the oil depots and energy infrastructure that are in some of these Gulf countries? Again, that's what we're kind of waiting on right now to see how that pans out. 6 hours ago, a video appears to show a Tomahawk missile likely destroyed that Iranian girl's school. Will the U.S. accept any responsibility? Trump says, I will say that the Tomahawk is sold and used by other countries, and whether it's Iran, who also has some Tomahawks, they wish they had more, but whether it's Iran or somebody else, a Tomahawk is very generic. That's being investigated. So again, and that's coming from the U.S. president. The U.S. president and most of his defense, most of the officials in the kind of defense sector there in Washington are kind of refuting these claims. It's been an interesting day. We'll talk more about this news kind of press release, this news conference that was given earlier today. Here's some more comments from that. Again, this is coming from Trump. We destroyed the Iranian Air Force and drone launches have decreased. Again, that comes as there has been quite a few drone attacks by Iran over the past 12 to 24 hours here. But again, this is being mirrored. This is being parroted by CENTCOM as well. Again, saying that these drone launches have decreased. I've seen some conflicting statistics. It does maybe look like they have started to taper off slightly. But again, we need to wait a few more days to get more data coming out of the region to really tell, again, if these one-way attack drone attacks have actually started to decrease as much as they say they have. 6 hours ago, is the Iran war virtually over? as Trump says, or just beginning, as Hegseth said yesterday. Trump says, quote, "I think it could be both." Again, I'm pretty sure. So again, this is some of my own analysis and assessment here, but that press conference that was given today, all right, that was most definitely given, that wasn't aimed at, just the American people. That was mainly aimed at the markets and the oil industry, okay? They were trying to quell some of the panic that has been unfolding here. Again, as we saw those gas prices skyrocket over the past 24 to 48 hours, they started to get a little worried, and they decided that, they needed to go on the air and they needed to, kind of calm down the situation a little bit, so to speak. So that, again, that's pretty much what that was aimed at. Was, again, aimed at kind of calming things down in the markets, and it has worked. So right after that news conference was given, we saw those oil prices really start to level off and start to decrease. So again, it remains to be seen if they stay, on the downward trend or if they start going back up. Again, they're back up at $94 right now. They hit a low today of about 84.65. Again, and just last night when I was given a report, it was about 115 or 118, I believe it got up to, was its maximum. So, yeah, pretty volatile markets right now, especially when it comes to oil and energy. I could tell you near me, I got gas today for about $2.89 a gallon. That's up from around $2.49 a gallon. So we're already seeing, again, this trickle down to our pumps here in the United States even, and abroad. I've had a lot of people message me. I've seen a lot of people in the live chat from different countries saying that they have seen increases at the pump as well over the past 48 to 72 hours. 6 hours ago, excuse me, Trump and Putin talked today about the Middle East. Quote, "He wants to be helpful." I said, quote, "You could be more helpful by getting the Ukraine-Russian war over with. That will be more helpful. But we had a very good talk," Trump says, at a press conference in Florida. And again, just a reminder, we'll be going through more details. We'll probably even be looking at a few clips from that press conference that occurred earlier today. 6 hours ago, Trump says, "We gave the Iranian regime a year to negotiate, but they insisted on their nuclear program." He also said, "We are significantly ahead of our initial timeline in Iran." Kipcast talking about those polymarket trends in the live chat there. I saw those earlier today. Very interesting. Kipcast says Iran leadership changed by March 31st. Yes says 32%, 12 cents buy-in. Yeah, there's also a vote, I believe that was around a similar percentage, a separate line going on polymarket. Basically, it was saying, would that Supreme Leader be the same Supreme Leader by the end of 2026? Again, it remains to be seen. There was a report earlier today that he has been injured in a airstrike there. We don't have too many details on that, but I'll be talking about that a little bit later. I believe that was an Israeli airstrike, if I'm not mistaken. Again, I'll be bringing you those reports here shortly. But bottom line up front with that, he has been. The Israelis are targeting him. No doubt the U.S. is also targeting him. Sorry. Earlier today in that press conference, Trump was asked if that new Supreme Leader has a target on his back currently, and he actually refused. He refused to state whether he does or not. Again, I'll be showing you that clip here shortly. 6 hours ago, Trump on Iran. Their missile capability is down to about 10%, maybe less. And again, I like to reiterate, this isn't necessarily... they're not talking about the missile stockpiles here within Iran, even though those have been degraded as well, of course. But they're mainly referring to, again, that launch capability that I've been telling you guys about over the past few nights. 6 hours ago, we struck Iran's naval and missile capabilities, launch sites, and manufacturing units. That was 6 hours ago. Wonderlust says, "I'm in Washington State. The high price is partially because there's a ton of taxes on it in my state. I like to tax everything." Yeah. Prices have been increasing pretty rapidly throughout the country. That is for sure. Give me 1 second here, guys. Just checking something real quick here. All right, 6 hours ago, new Iranian missile launch towards Israel has been detected. That was coming from the Hamadan province there in Iran, just outside of Hamadan there. You can see where that was geolocated here on the map. And then 6 hours ago, Sabarin, Israeli targeted the border points of the Popular Mobilization Forces 18th Brigade in the city of Al-Qaim. You can see where that was located here on the map. 6 hours ago, sounds of interception of aerial targets in the skies of Bahrain. So again, more strikes that occurred there in Bahrain. That was about 6 hours ago. So I'm reading your guys' live chats here, seeing what the general populace is saying here in the live chat. 6 hours ago, U.S. Central Command says we have struck more than 5,000 Iranian targets so far. 5,000 Iranian targets have been struck in the 10 days. We're on day 10 of this operation here. 10 days this has been going on. 5,000 targets. 5,000 targets in 10 days. It's about 500 targets a day. However, we know that some of those days have had many more. Again, I reported earlier this week that the U.S. actually broke a new record of 900 sorties, 900 strikes in under 12 hours. 6 hours ago, activating air defenses in the Bahrain skies. Again, you can see where that was generally geolocated there in Bahrain. 6 hours ago, on Tuesday, March 10th at 12:14, under the radar of the Fardis Bridge in front of the oil depot that is almost towards Mapna Boulevard and beyond. 12:14 was hit towards Fardis. That is the western side of the Mallard Road. All electricity was cut off. You can see where this was located here. Again, this is in Tehran. All electricity was cut off. The blue light also came on for first few moments. Again, so it looks like some of the power grid there again took a hit. The Valley Salameh power plant probably suffered a strong pressure surge, or one of the main connections was faulty. Again, some probably a hit on a electrical substation there. You can see a video here. Why to do that? Some pretty big strikes there in the background if you look here. Well, let me see. Does this look okay? Hold on, give me a second. Looking at my stream. Why to do that? Yeah, that looks all right. So right there, you can see what looks to be a pretty big blast or fire or something going back there on the horizon, on the outskirts of Iran. Wonderlust asks, "What's the blue light?" They're referring to again, most likely an electrical substation got hit there, and that blue flash or that blue light is indicative of like a substation, like an arc flash, a substation getting hit, and then an electrical, causing like an electrical arc flash. Let me see here if we actually have a picture of it. But yeah, that picture there is pretty crazy. Again, pretty big fire, what looks to be a pretty big blast cloud there, again on the horizon in Tehran. Harlan Martin, good to see you, says, has anyone heard the story of the Iranian woman in Australia don't want to go back to Iran? Are you talking about the soccer players? Because, yeah, there's been a lot of reporting about that. 6 hours ago, very heavy bombardment reported in Karaj and Tehran. Again, you can see where that was geolocated there. Again, that was about 6 hours ago. 7 hours ago, violent bombardment of Karaj, geolocated here. And we have a video of that on screen. Luckily now, our videos on Live UA Map are working again, so that is good. Might be a little blurry here. This isn't the highest quality video footage, but a pretty big fireball there, lighting up the sky, almost like daytime. Almost like daytime here in Tehran. Kipcast says, I hope Nem answers too. Answers what? I'm trying to look at the message. Trying to find the message here. What am I answering, Kipcast? Kipcast, what am I answering? Again, I can't... I'm trying to scroll through the live chat here and find the message you're referring to. Ogre says, Britain and America were both equally supportive during Shah's reign, with military equipment, housing, and training. So why did they target the U.S. Embassy and kiss the British ring? These are all good questions. Kipcast. Kipcast, what am I answering to? What do you need? Was there a question posted? Again, I can't find it. The live chat got kind of buried there. My bad. I was trying to look back. Wow, look at that! Just look at the brightness here on this explosion. This might have been an oil depot or something that got hit there. There's a lot of fire for this blast here. Yeah, if you look at this video, I mean, look how bright the sky got. All right, moving on here. 7 hours ago, Trump says Iran was considered a powerful country, but we completely crushed it. Is what he's saying there. Screaming Engine says, looks like a sunrise or a sunset. Yeah, again, I think that was probably like an oil depot or some kind of fuel storage that got hit there. Because it's like a very slow-moving, what looked to be kind of a more slow-moving blast. Kipcast, oh, will France, UK, or Germany strike Iran by March 31st? Possible. I mean, anything can happen in that period of time. That's a pretty long period of time. A lot could go on within that amount of time. I mean, it's possible. At the moment, I think it to be unlikely, but it is possible. 7 hours ago, Kuwaiti Ministry of Defense says 2 missiles and a drone were detected and destroyed. You can see where that was geolocated here on the map in Kuwait. Again, 3 events have been reported just in the past 12 hours here in Kuwait. We also had a fire here. That was 16 hours ago. 1 second here to get caught back up. 7 hours ago, Iranian media reported that loud explosions continued to be heard in Tehran on Tuesday morning. You can see where that was located here near Qads in Tehran. 7 hours ago, Trump says, we have defeated Iran and we don't know when they will surrender. It's just a matter of time. We know for a fact here the Iranians have been the regime, I should say, has been very vocal on the fact that they will not, they don't plan to surrender at least. However, again, we know how much they stand by their word as of the past few days. Again, that comes after they made those statements that they were going to stop attacking Gulf countries. And they have definitely been attacking Gulf countries since that release was put out. Give me 1 second here. D-Glass, very true. Very true. Very true words, very wise words from D-Glass. We've experienced that. Unfortunately, we've experienced that firsthand here quite a bit over the past few weeks. 7 hours ago, on Iran, President Trump says the U.S. has already won in many ways, but adds we haven't won enough. So again, this war is not over yet, people. I know there's again a lot of rumors going around that Trump's saying the war is over. It's not. Again, those press releases today were aimed at cooling down the very volatile oil markets. And again, I'll talk more to that here shortly. 7 hours ago, Trump says we destroyed Iran's drones and missile capabilities. Their navy is finished, and we sank 46 ships. 46 of Iranian naval vessels have been sank or destroyed in some capacity. 7 hours ago, a drone strike assassinated 2 Iranian military commanders north of Avaz in an airstrike. A Tiba vehicle was targeted near the city of Weiss in the Avaz region, killing 2 people believed to be carrying Iranian military officials, according to eyewitnesses. You can see where that is located here. So again, kind of in the southwest of the country is where that strike was located. Again, 2 Iranian officials were expected to have been victim in that blast. Again, waiting to get more information on that. 7 hours ago, the Israeli Air Force has launched a fresh wave of extensive strikes in Tehran. The Israeli army announces the military says the strikes are targeting Iranian regime sites. Again, that's 7 hours ago. You can see where that was located here. Get out of Tel Aviv. 4 to 5 blasts in Tehran were reported 7 hours ago. You can see where those were located here on the west side of Tehran, near this Air Force runway that is located here in Tehran. There's been quite a few blasts reported in that area. 7 hours ago, Trump says we are crushing Iran's military capabilities in cooperation with our Israeli partners. Adding to those reports, the sounds of fighter jets and explosions were heard in some areas of Tabriz on Monday evening. Again, you can see here where Tabriz is located relative to the rest of the country. Again, this is kind of like northern Iran. 7 hours ago, eyewitnesses are reporting a massive wave of airstrikes targeting several areas of Karaj west of Tehran. You can see where that is located here. Again, west of Tehran there. Again, there's been kind of all the strikes focused on central Tehran, but then there's also been a lot of targets hit in the western area of Tehran as well. Several fighter jets were also spotted in Tehran's airspace by viewers of Iran International. I know I've seen some videos of that over the past day come out here of those fighter jets operating over the skies of Tehran. 7 hours ago, Royal Jordanian Air Force jets shot down an unmanned aerial vehicle, a UAV, last night in defense of Jordan and successfully intercepted a drone heading towards Bahrain. They also began conducting defensive air sorties in support of the United Arab Emirates. Again, that is 7 hours ago. You can see, again, roughly where that was located there in Jordan on the map in front of you. 7 hours ago, the Iranian foreign minister says, quote, "Thank you, CENTCOM, for admitting that you are using our neighbor's territory to deploy HIMARS systems against our people, apparently including a desalination plant. Nobody should complain if our powerful missiles destroy these systems wherever they are in retribution." Again, this comes after Iran had made those statements that they weren't going to be attacking any of their neighbors. They came out and apologized, basically saying that it was an error that they attacked some of these Gulf countries and that they would no longer be attacking these countries unless they are struck from these territories, all right, from these countries. And again, Iran kind of putting this out as a reason why they're going to continue bombing these countries again, because the U.S., obviously, the U.S. is operating out of all of these bases that are in this region, as one would, as any military would. Again, if they had the bases in the region to operate out of course they're going to use them. Again, Iran now saying that this is just cause. That's, again, their words here. Again, to launch more strikes, continued strikes on these Gulf nations. Again, this is the post that they're referring to here. This was posted by U.S. Central Command earlier today. Shows pictures of a U.S. Army HIMARS rocket system operating in that region, and again, firing rockets into Iran to hit some targets there. Again, we have had a lot of experience with the HIMARS system on this channel here. Again, for those that were around for the Ukraine war live streams, again, we saw these get moved into the combat theater there in Ukraine and used very widely by the Ukrainians. Again, a very effective weapon system, that is for sure. 7 hours ago, Trump speaking to House GOP says, quote, for Iran, it's going to be a short-term excursion. So again, he's been putting out a lot of these comments lately that kind of contradict what a lot of the defense analysts and also what a lot of the defense personnel, I should say, in the White House and in the administration have been saying. Again, they've been saying this could go on for quite a while. We've seen kind of this change in Trump's talking points over the past 12 to 24 hours here. Again, and it is directly correlated to the prices of oil. Again, they're trying to kind of calm down these oil markets here, and no doubt you'll probably see a little bit more of that over the next few days here. Again, they're trying to bring those oil prices back down, keep things calm as much as possible for as long as they possibly can. No doubt, though, again, this I do believe it is my assessment that this conflict is far from over at the moment. 7 hours ago, the Australian Prime Minister says Australia will deploy an aircraft to the Middle East. Will deploy aircraft, plural. So, again, insinuating multiple aircraft here. The wording in this post here says an aircraft, like as if it was one. I believe this is a typo because I did read the press release earlier, and again, the way they had worded it made it seem more like they were, again, going to be deploying multiple aircraft to the Middle East to help, again, what they say, protect and defend civilians. Again, it's still unclear if they're going to be, in a fully defensive posture or if they're going to maybe possibly get involved with strikes. The same goes for a lot of the other countries that have said, that they are going to get more involved here. Again, it remains to be seen if they're going to stay in just a defensive posture or if they are going to go on more of an offensive stance here in Iran. Kipcast says, anybody else using Polymarket right now? So I don't use Polymarket for betting. I don't really do any betting on that. Again, I'm not much of a gambling man, but I do run an API that scrapes Polymarket for insight. Again, it is a good data source for looking at public opinion insight, and again, seeing where people think certain topics are trending towards. It was interesting looking at the data from Polymarket the night before, like the 27th, 28th of February, right before this all kicked off, kind of going back and looking at some of that data there. It was pretty interesting to see, those lines on Polymarket, and how they reacted, not only after these strikes unfolded, but the hours leading up to it. We definitely saw a spike in some of those lines on Polymarket in the hours leading up to the strikes, which again, kind of, is an interesting indicator. Definitely a good data source. Again, it's not 100% dependable to make predictions, but it does give good insight, for public opinion and public sentiment on certain topics. There's a lot of insight to be gleaned from Polymarket. 7 hours ago, Iraqi Prime Minister says on Monday, extended his congratulations to Mojtaba Khamenei on his appointment to Iran's new supreme leader, again succeeding his father, Ali Khamenei, who was killed in a U.S.-Israeli airstrike in Tehran late last month. Again, for those that don't know, that is the dead supreme leader there in Iran. And again, his son has now taken the throne, so to speak, there in Iran. It remains to be seen how long that's going to last. Again, we did get reports out earlier today that he has been injured in an Israeli strike that occurred there. Again, we don't have very much more data on that at the moment. I do hope to have some updates for you guys on that soon. 7 hours ago, Iranian deputy foreign minister says several countries, including China, Russia, and France, have contacted us regarding a ceasefire. So again, there's a lot of countries reaching out to Iran, again, urging them to go to the negotiating table and possibly aim for a ceasefire here. 7 hours ago, seems like the IAF is conducting airstrikes on Isfahan and Tehran at this very moment simultaneously. You can see where those were geolocated here on the map. And then 7 hours ago, footage shows smoke billowing in Erbil. That is Iraq. All right, that is Iraq there. Again, following an explosion as the Kurdistan region's capital continues to be targeted by Iran and pro-Iran Iraqi militias. Again, a lot of the violence there has been from those pro-Iranian militias that are operating in this part of the region in Iraq. But there's also been some strikes coming in from Iran directly on targets there in Iraq as well. We have an image here on screen that I can show you of that smoke billowing, but we also have a video. Let me mute that there so we don't get a copyright strike for the music there. But you can see this video here on screen. D. Haworth says his leg was amputated. I haven't... yeah, Too Tall Tom says he's missing a leg. That news has not passed my desk yet, has not come across my desk yet. I'm sure once we go through the X feed, it'll be over there in the X feed. I actually, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, tonight I've had a very busy day here. It's been freaking wild. Again, I'm lucky and I'm glad I was able to bring you guys this report this evening because again, it's been very hectic here. I have not even had a chance to read the X feed yet. I'm gonna be reading it for the first time. I did have a very quick brief. I got somebody that's been helping me, and he kind of gave me a bottom line up front brief real quick before I went live here on today's events. But tonight's the first time we're going to be going through the X feed together live. Okay, so all of the real nitty gritty stuff, all the major updates and stuff that I haven't seen yet, we're going to be seeing together for the first time live tonight. Some of the more major stuff, of course, I've been briefed on already, and some of this live UA map stuff I did scroll through prior to going live here. But again, we're kind of doing this one. We're kind of doing this one improvised here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. So bear with me, and again, I appreciate you guys. 7 hours ago, the Iranian foreign minister says negotiating with the United States is off the table right now. It's too soon for newly chosen Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei to offer comment on talks with the U.S. Again, this comes as he's apparently lost a leg. Again, everybody in the live chat here is saying that he has lost a leg. Roger Rant says, I didn't get your notifications this time. Yeah, see, some people are getting notifications, some people aren't getting notifications. Again, I'm going to be putting out a poll here, most likely on the YouTube channel. I'll be running like an extended poll sometime. Maybe I'll put that up later this evening when I get a chance, and we'll run a poll over the course of this week and see just how many people are getting notified when we go live with streams. He said, quote, we negotiated with them last June, and they attacked us in the middle of negotiations. And again, this year, they tried to convince us that this time is different, he said. Again, there's been a lot of statements here being made by the Iranian foreign minister. Let's listen to what he had to say.
I'd like to ask you first about the news, the selection of Mojtaba Khamenei, the son of the late Ayatollah, who's been named...
The one that has a missing leg now. Again, the son of the supreme leader that was killed, again, in the first days of the strike. Again, for those that don't know, his son has now been made the new supreme leader. He was the victim of an Israeli strike earlier. I had been briefed on that. I hadn't been briefed on him possibly missing a leg yet. Well, again, we'll go and we'll read through those posts here shortly over on X. I'm sure we'll see something about that there. Hopefully I'll have some more information for you guys here shortly. Again, let's continue listening to the Iranian foreign minister here and what he had to say.
Named the new selected supreme leader of Iran. Some say his selection is a message of continuity of his father's leadership, of continued defiance to the U.S. and Israel. Do you agree with that? Is that the message Iran would like to send?
Well, I think that is a correct evaluation. It shows that the continuity and some sort of stability at the same time.
And since his selection, has he or anyone in your leadership had any contact with U.S. officials?
They've had contact in one way, and that was via a U.S. airstrike, or actually, I believe it was an Israeli airstrike. Now that I think of it, if I remember correctly, it was a Israeli airstrike that he was injured in, if I'm not mistaken.
Is that something that he is open to talk about negotiations or a ceasefire?
Well, first of all, it's too soon, for him to make any comment. We are all waiting for his speeches and comments, which would come later on. But I don't think the question of talking with Americans or negotiation with Americans once again
Andy Haynes says the new Supreme Legger. Too Tall Tom says he's really putting his best leg forward as Supreme Leader. You guys are absolutely savage tonight. Digit, good to see you. No problem. We're just getting started here. We're just getting started tonight. Again, welcome. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Again, we're watching this statement here by the Iranian foreign minister.
Would be on the table because, we have a very, bitter experience of talking with Americans. We negotiated with...
The Becca says somebody said he's not much of a leader. He doesn't have a leg to stand on.
With them last year, in last June, and they attacked us in the middle of negotiations. And again this year, they tried to convince us that this time is different. They promised us that they don't have any intention to attack us. And they wanted to resolve Iran's nuclear question peacefully and to find a negotiated solution. And we finally accepted. But again, after 3 rounds of negotiation and after the American team in the negotiation, said itself that we made a big progress, still they decided to attack us.
Scotty Noah says, I have a feeling the person they picked is just a figurehead and the real person in charge doesn't want a 1,000-pound bomb on their house. So I've actually seen some reports and analysis over the past 24 hours here that says, again, that has said that the actual leadership that is in charge here, again, is some of the IRGC military officials. They're kind of running, in unison. They're kind of, again, it's kind of like a team effort here by some of those military officials. And those are the ones that are actually calling the shots currently. In that the newly chosen Supreme Leader, Mojtaba, again, has basically just been shuffling around between different locations, different bunkers over the past couple days, and that he hasn't had really anything to do with the major decision-making process within Iran currently. And that, again, the major decisions that are being made right now are being made by those, higher-ups in the IRGC military. And that he's basically, at the moment, just kind of being a figure, so to speak, to show the Iranian people, kind of give them some solidarity, that they have this new Supreme Leader. And it's kind of, again, like a show of strength, so to speak. Yeah, we elected a new Supreme Leader. Everything's hunky-dory. But really, the guys that are really calling the shots here are those, those few higher-up military leaders that are still alive and that are still, again, in charge and running the country and conducting the military operations, within and outside of the country. So, again, it remains to be seen here, if this new Supreme Leader, again, does transition into more of a leadership role here. And it remains to be seen if he is actually the one calling the shots at the moment, or if, again, they're using him as just kind of a figurehead, so to speak. Again, that remains to be seen. 7 hours ago, Kuwaiti Army says the air defenses are currently intercepting missile and drone attacks. You can see where that was located here on the map again above Kuwait. 7 hours ago, Iraqi security forces said air defenses intercepted and shot down a drone near Baghdad International Airport. You can see where that is located here on the map. 8 hours ago, Saudi Defense Ministry says 9 drones were intercepted and destroyed in an empty quarter heading towards Sheba oil field. So again, a lot of attacks have been happening on different oil infrastructure in Saudi Arabia over the past day here. That's kind of been the new topic. And it's kind of been Iran's new hot target, so to speak. And again, as I mentioned earlier in tonight's broadcast, I believe that's kind of their next in line for their escalation. For their escalating moves here across the Middle East, is attacking more and more of that oil infrastructure. And again, if they have the capability still, possibly looking to target more of the vessels that are still idle within the Strait of Hormuz. Again, we have a lot of them just kind of standing by here, waiting to transit that strait, and they're more or less sitting ducks. If they could figure out a way to, again, target some of those vessels, again, that might be on their hit list there, their to-do list there. Again, that's kind of like where they're shifting to now, is they see that the U.S. is panicking a little bit, Again, going right back to that press conference that President Trump did today, and also we have another press conference that's supposed to be coming up, I believe tomorrow. Let me see here. Yeah, right here. Press conference, 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow morning. Again, they're trying to quell this panic that's happening in the markets with the oil prices here. It remains so, like, Iran has seen, again, they're able to affect, these oil markets here, and the U.S. is really worried about that, of course, as they obviously would be, right? Again, they don't want those oil prices to continue to go up. Again, it doesn't look good for the U.S. administration. It's not a good thing politically for the president, right? So he wants to try to quell that as much as possible. He wants to try to mitigate that as much as possible right now. And that's why we saw that press conference done earlier. That's obviously we're going to see some more of those positive comments made tomorrow to hopefully try to, again, mitigate more of that speculation and that that fear that is in the markets right now, that volatility that's in the markets right now. So again, the big question here is Iran going to, kind of capitalize on that and try to target more of this oil infrastructure, possibly try to heat things up more in the Strait? Again, the Strait, isn't physically closed right now. The Iranians haven't, like, back in the Gulf War, all right, or back in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s, right? When you in the defense space, right, in the intelligence community back then, when you talked about the idea of the Strait being closed, the idea was, okay, what if the Iranians, like, mined the Strait? What if they mined the Strait? What if they had boats out here and they physically blockaded the Strait, all right? They physically closed it down. What we're seeing here now, again, is not a physical closure of the Strait. The Strait is technically still open, all right? However, due to fear, right, and speculation surrounding the situation, a lot of these insurance companies that insure these vessels are not insuring them to travel through the Strait. So the traffic through the Strait of Hormuz is being stopped effectively by the ability for these boats to be insured in order to transit, okay? And again, that's why they're just sitting there idle, waiting to pass through. All right, that's why they're grouping up in these groups here, and again, just hanging out, waiting to be able to transit the Strait. If you zoom out here, you can see just the density of all these vessels. Again, just kind of parked and waiting, waiting to transit the Strait here. All right, there's been one or two slipping through every now and again, but for the most part, it is closed down. All right, again, not physically. All right, but kind of metaphorically speaking here, the Strait is closed. All right, now again, it remains to be seen if Iran is going to try to capitalize on that more. They see, okay, we can inflict some damage here, not necessarily physically on the U.S. through direct strikes, but if we strike some of these tankers, if we strike more of that oil infrastructure here in the Gulf nations, we can put more pressure on them politically. All right. And then again, the question remains, how will the U.S. respond to that? Again, we've already seen some of the response here with things like this. Again, I guarantee you, tomorrow we're going to not only see operational updates on the situation here in the Middle East by, again, Chiefs of Staff General Dan Kane and Pete Hegseth, but I guarantee we're going to see some comments by Hegseth, painting this situation here in Iran in a positive light, which of course they've been doing over these past press conferences over the past week or so here. We're probably going to see that a little bit more heavily tomorrow. All right, again, as they try to mitigate some of the pressure, some of the volatility in those oil markets. All right. One second here. Yeah, the one leg jokes, you guys. Wow, you guys went all out with the one leg jokes over there. 8 hours ago, the commander of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, Air Force, said on Monday that from now on, missiles with warheads weighing less than a ton will not be launched. Iranian state media quoted that the Air Force commander says, as saying, quote, Iran will increase the power and frequency of its missile launches and expand their range. 8 hours ago, the Iranian president told his Turkish counterpart, quote, we are ready to reduce tensions in the region, provided that the territory of neighboring countries is not used to attack us. So again, they keep saying this, right, to make themselves look like, okay, yeah, we're ready to negotiate, we're ready to do this, we're ready to calm things down here. But, you know, obvious, and anybody knows this, right, all of these Gulf countries are hosting some form of U.S. military, all right, that are operating in the region, okay, which again is giving them reason, you know, to strike these countries, to strike that oil and energy infrastructure there. But then, you know, on the other hand, they're saying, you know, oh, we're willing to negotiate. We're willing to, again, you know, settle here, right? But the U.S. can't use any of these bases. You know, the U.S. can't use any of these countries. They can't operate out of any of these regions here. You know, and if they do, which they are currently, right, they would have to fully withdraw in order for that argument there, you know what I mean, to work for Iran. In order for them, you know, is what they're saying is essentially, you know, the U.S. would have to withdraw all their forces out of these different areas, all right? Because again, if there are U.S. boots on the ground in any of these Gulf countries, you know, to Iran, they can just say, oh, okay, you know what I mean? Oh, they're using these you know, different countries to, again, coordinate attacks on Iranian territory, and thus we're going to strike them back, giving them reason, the ability in their eyes, I should say, again, to strike some of that energy infrastructure, some of these oil fields, oil depots, refineries and stuff that are in this area. And of course, you know, again, I think they're going to continue to strike targets within the strait itself. Again, we could possibly see them, again, trying to strike. They don't need to strike that many boats here, all right? All they need to do is go after one or two of these oil tankers, right? They just need to hit one. They've already hit quite a few, all right? They've already destroyed quite a few here in the strait. All they need to do is keep a trickle going, all right? If they can just, you know, keep a trickle of these vessels being hit over the next few weeks, they can keep that pressure up on, again, the strait, and keep the pressure up on the oil markets, on those oil futures, etc. And, again, that puts direct pressure on the U.S. and its allies, especially the U.S., especially politically. As people here in the States continue to see their oil prices at the pump go up, the public sentiment for this war will continue to grow more negative and negative. All right, people will again start to look, you know, at this war as, you know, something that we need to pull out of, and again, it will put more pressure on the White House to do so. So I think that is again what the Iranians are banking on here. 8 hours ago, there are no reports of direct impacts or injuries in the latest Iranian ballistic missile attack on Israel, medics say. Sirens had sounded across central Israel and parts of the West Bank in the 11th attack from Iran since midnight. So again, 11 attacks since midnight in Israel. If we're looking at our red alert map here, our last red alerts out of Israel about 3 hours ago, actually. But there have been quite a few. As you see, I'm scrolling in here. These are all the alerts over the past 12 to 24 hours. And I didn't even scroll down to 24 hours. There's a lot. There's a lot. It's been very busy over there. Okay, Trump giving press conferences at 5:30 Eastern Time. Just told CBS, I think the war is very complete, pretty much. They have no Navy, no communications. They've got no Air Force. He added the U.S. is, quote, very far ahead of the initial 4 to 5 week estimate time frame. Again, those statements, again, trying to mitigate the speculation in those oil markets there. 8 hours ago, Putin and Trump had a phone call and discussed Iran and Ukraine. Again, I mentioned that earlier in tonight's broadcast. 8 hours ago, the Israeli military said on Monday it carried out a new wave of airstrikes targeting what it had called Iranian military infrastructure in Tehran. You can see, actually, I thought they actually had geolocated that. I believe it was in Isfahan, if I'm not mistaken here. If I can zoom in here to Isfahan. Again, some of those strikes that occurred there over the past 12 to 24 hours here. Tehran, Isfahan, and Shiraz, okay? In a statement, the Israeli Defense Force said dozens of fighter jets launched the operation using more than 170 munitions. Give me 1 second here, ladies and gentlemen. You can see smoke again rising across the skyline in Beirut, by the way. Again, in a thick covering of smoke across Beirut tonight. You can see here that haze kind of just stretching right across. I'm going to turn down this volume there a little bit, and this one as well. Sorry, guys. I think that sounds a little bit better. You guys should be able to hear me a little bit better there. Apologies. We can still hear the audio coming there, but I turned it down a little bit. It was there was kind of like a buzzing or a humming coming from those audio feeds there, so I hope that sounds a little bit better for you guys there. According to the IDF, one of the targets in Tehran was a command center belonging to the IRGC's Quds Force, which it said is responsible for coordinating Iran's regional proxy groups and supporting militant operations across the Middle East. The military also said it struck a site in Isfahan used to manufacture and store missiles designed to target Israeli aircraft, along with several Iranian air defense systems. Again, that Quds Force, again, is... again, as they say, responsible for coordinating Iran's regional proxy groups. That includes groups like the ones operating within Iraq right now, those pro-Iranian groups in Iraq. That includes Hezbollah. That includes some Iranian proxies in certain areas of Syria. Again, Iraq is a big one there. All over the Middle East, there are Iranian proxy forces embedded in different areas. It also, again, they do communicate quite closely with the Houthis as well. Again, there's been speculation on if the Houthis are going to get more involved. I know there's been some action from them, a little bit here and there, some whisperings of them again getting more involved in strikes here in the Middle East. But again, Iran again has their fingers dipped into many pies, so to speak, all right, across the Middle East. They have many different terrorist cells and proxy forces spread very widely around the Middle East. They even have smaller groups, even groups that are less militant, so to speak, but more political in all of these Gulf countries here. They have a very wide reach, and again, that Quds Force is directly involved in coordinating between a lot of these proxy groups, especially the more militant ones. 8 hours ago, Trump says, "I'm considering taking control of the Strait of Hormuz. They better not fire anything new, otherwise it will be the end of that country," he says. So again, him talking about possibly, again, getting more involved in the strait here. We actually had a few warnings here. 14 hours ago, a Greek-operated oil tanker carrying a cargo of Saudi crude oil has crossed the Strait of Hormuz, bound for India. So we did have one vessel there make it through. And I believe there was another post as well. Okay, no, never mind. That's the same. That is the same post there. Give me 1 second here. Let me get back to where we were. We're right about here. 9 hours ago, an Iranian ship exploded and caught fire off of the port of Bandar after being targeted by an airstrike. So again, the U.S. and Israel still hammering any Iranian naval or maritime assets there in and around again the strait. Again, the Gulfs here as well. Let's take a look at this video here that we have for that. Let me mute that there. So again, on screen here, you're seeing a video of that vessel being struck. Very convenient timing from that cameraman there. Very convenient. You can also see some images, again, of that vessel being struck there. Again, at this moment, I'm unsure as to the exact make and model of that vessel. Again, it just says an Iranian ship. Some people had said earlier it was a naval vessel. Some people were saying it was just like a maritime vessel, possibly like an oil tanker or something that got hit. Again, there's a very large fireball there. That very well could have been possibly like an oil tanker or some, like maybe, some kind of fuel transport there. Again, I'm waiting to get more information on what exactly, like what model of ship that was and what exactly was hit there. 9 hours ago, a drone manufacturing factory in Isfahan, central Iran, was targeted and coordinated U.S.-Israeli airstrikes. You can see where that was located here, just north of the city of Isfahan. 9 hours ago, the Israeli army, says the Air Force, continues its operations against the Iranian terrorist regime. Yesterday, a series of airstrikes were carried out against 6 major Iranian military airfields. These airstrikes destroyed numerous aircraft, including planes belonging to the Quds Force of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and Iranian attack helicopters. Again, that is coming from the IDF. Southern Isfahan, Iran, Shahed Aviation Industries spotted hit by airstrike yesterday. So again, this is one of those facilities that has part in producing those Iranian Shahed 136 one-way attack drones. And you can see, again, some satellite imagery on your screen now, some of the aftermath from those buildings getting struck. I believe there was a blast that occurred here, here at this facility, and then also a blast, I believe, landed in the parking lot off of these buildings here. So I believe that was 3 separate munitions that was dropped on this location. In fact, so you can see the before image here. So yeah, before image here, you can see the blue buildings there, that warehouse and that warehouse there. Again, that warehouse, both have been, again, pretty clearly impacted. And also a munition landed there, again, in front of this building. But again, I believe it was like 3 separate munitions, 3 or 4 separate munitions that had been used in this strike specifically. 9 hours ago, the most intense U.S. bombing raids with heavy bombs on the industrial area of Isfahan. Again, that is just to the east of Isfahan where that was located, in some of those industrial areas. President Trump, 9 hours ago, has told aides he would back the killing of the new Iranian Supreme Leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, if he proves unwilling to cede to the U.S. demands, such as ending Iran's nuclear development, current and former U.S. officials said. 9 hours ago, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard base in the city of Kermanshah in northwestern Iran was targeted by an airstrike. You can see where that was located here, just south of Kermanshah. And there was also another strike that happened just to the east as well. So 2 separate strikes actually had occurred there. Joey says the ship that was sunk was the IRIS Dena. Yeah, I had heard about that ship. I'm not sure if that was the same one that they're referring to in this image here. It very well could have been. I thought the Dena had been struck before this post came up. But again, I could be mistaken there. That could be the same boat that they're referring to. President Trump, actually, I already read that one. Where was I? Oh, yeah, right here. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard base in the city of Kermanshah in northwestern Iran was targeted by an airstrike. You can see where that was located here. Oh, yeah, I already read that one. Again, 2 separate strikes that occurred there. LD429 says, I think that's what I saw. Yeah, it might have been the Dena. Yeah, you might be right there. Again, there's been a couple ships that have been hit over the past few days. So, again, there's a lot of information coming out. 9 hours ago, Rocky Media says airstrikes target sites on the Iranian side of Shalameche in the border crossing east of the Basra province there. Again, this is in southern Iraq, down near Kuwait, actually, and we have a video to show you here of those strikes occurring.
هو قاعد يضرب هسه قاعد يضرب نفس المكان.
هاي قاعد هسه قاعد يضرب يقدر اسرائيل. نفس الضرب سلام. نفس المكان يضرب بيه يا مساحة جاسم كلش يا مساحة جاسم باوع نفس الضربة وعلي شردو.
Slim Styles says, do we have foot soldiers in Iran yet? No, not at this moment. I have not got any no confirmation reports about that yet.
وعلي ها قاعد يضرب ما شوف الدخان انت قاعد يطي انفجر هو باوع بساعة جاسم هاي قاعد يضرب بساعة جاسم وعلي بنديش ايه لا قاعد يضربونه ضرب الحدود هو هسه شاشين الطرقعة خلصت شاشين صاروخ لله.
So again, footage there of those strikes occurring in Iraq. You can see there on the horizon there. D-Glass says, what are they saying? If somebody wants to go back and translate that video, that would be, again, one of those community effort activities. If one of you want to go ahead and get a translation going on that. Again, you can find it over here on Live UA Map. I believe this post is also on our X feed, but it might be a little harder to get to. You might have to do some searching. It might be easier just to go to the Iran.liveuamap.com and scroll back through this feed here. 10 hours ago, again, this is coming from French President Emmanuel Macron saying, quote, "This war, I think, will certainly last for several days, perhaps several weeks. I do not think that we can achieve profound regime change through airstrikes alone." Again, that's coming from the French president there. 11 hours ago, Iranian Foreign Ministry said, and they clarified that Tehran's actions are defensive and not directed against neighboring countries, but rather target the source of aggression. We know that that is not true, okay? And I can tell you why, all right? Again, they have been striking oil infrastructure, energy infrastructure now. And again, as I stated earlier, their next step in escalation here is probably to ramp up attacks on that very same infrastructure, all right? If you noticed over the past few days here, they've stopped attacking as much civilian, like, residential kind of targets. There was those hotels in the first part of this week, hotels, airports, and stuff like that. We haven't seen as many of those strikes. There has been some strikes on those locations, but what we've seen more over the past 24 hours, 24 going into 48 hours here now, again, is strikes on more oil and energy-related infrastructure in these Gulf countries, all right? So again, they are still attacking their neighbors, not just the U.S. bases in the region, but they are attacking specifically that oil infrastructure. And again, they've realized that they can have a real effect here on the prices of oil, by doing that. So again, that's kind of their aim at the moment, I believe, is to put more pressure on the U.S. government here through ramping up that price of oil, possibly, to get the upper hand, so to speak, politically in some way, again, by causing public backlash here in the States and abroad in other countries, of course, as those prices at the pump continue to climb. 11 hours ago, German Chancellor Merz on Iran says, quote, "Iran is the center of international terrorism, and this center must be shut down. The Americans and Israelis are doing that in their own way." 11 hours ago, the Israeli army says, "We have completed a new wave of raids on dozens of infrastructure sites in several areas of Iran." 11 hours ago here, the destruction of the Sharam complex of the IRGC and the Bazij in the city of Sandaj in Iranian Kurdistan. You can see some video actually here of those strikes. Here's some images, actually. A pretty massive blast was recorded there. Let's take a look. And a pretty massive blast there. Guys, apologize. I could see that the feed is a little squished when I go full screen like this. This main window that I'm showing you guys is on a ultra wide monitor, and I've been having some issues again figuring out a way that I can see, like, it's perfect when we have it like this, right? But as soon as I try to full screen, I would have to basically keep switching back and forth between different scenes here in my broadcasting software in order to fix that. I am going to be looking at another solution here in the coming days, but again, I appreciate you guys bearing with me here on that. But again, there's that, again, pretty massive blast here. Destruction of that Sharam complex, again, of the IRGC there in Iranian Kurdistan. 11 hours ago, footage of an American airstrike targeting an Iranian fighter still in its hardened aircraft shelter at Shiraz Air Base. Let's take a look at this footage here. You can see that there. I'll get it full screen again for you. So again, they've been pretty successful in striking some of these aircraft shelters. We've seen quite a few videos just like this over the past few days. And then 12 hours ago, Putin says, quote, "Russia will continue supplying oil and gas to countries that are reliable buyers, including Slovakia and Hungary." So again, Russia saying here, they're like, guys, I know, strait's closed. I know you guys are having a hard time finding oil, all right? So just buy oil from us. Please buy our oil. That's what Russia is saying here, okay? To put it in layman's terms for you guys, Russia is like, hey, man, we got oil. I know you guys need oil right now. come and buy our oil. So again, they're trying to capitalize on this situation. Again, this situation with the strait being closed is definitely good for for Russia. It is bad for, it's very bad for India. It's also very bad for China. China very heavily relies on the oil coming out of the strait. India also very heavily relies on the oil coming out of the strait. Russia, however, does not very much rely on that oil. And again, they're trying to capitalize on the fact that, you know, these oil prices are going up. Price per barrel is increased. They can sell, you know, that oil at maybe a slightly cheaper price to some of these countries that they're still able to do business with. Again, there's a lot of sanctions against Russia when it comes to exporting its oil, but there are still a lot of countries that it's been able to do business with. And again, they're trying to capitalize on this situation. 12 hours ago, the Israeli army says, quote, "We have detected missile launches from Iran towards Israel." Again, that came 12 hours ago. That caps off our 12-hour recap here for Iran. We're now going to switch over to our Israel map here, which, again, we might have some double posts on here. I'll try to skip over those as we go through them. 6 hours ago, airstrikes were launched against the east of Gaza City. Again, I think this is probably one of the first times we've seen... I think there's been like 2 incidences, I'm pretty sure, of strikes within Gaza. Again, just since the start of this war. Again, pretty interesting stuff there. Yeah, as Joey says, China gets 20% of their oil from Iran and Venezuela. And we know now that they're getting less oil from Venezuela since, again, since the Maduro situation went down. There has been some limits there on how much oil is flowing out of Venezuela to China. Again, making them rely more heavily on Iranian oil and other oil sources. They don't just buy oil from Iran. They're buying a lot of oil, again, from a lot of these Gulf countries here. Not just Iran, but the majority of the oil flowing out of the strait, again, is where China gets its oil from. So, yes, they do buy a lot of oil from Iran, and again, they get a lot of oil from these Gulf nations as well. On Iranian TV, this was 6 hours ago, casualties in Israeli-American attacks targeting an industrial city east of Tehran. You can see where that was located here on the map. 6 hours ago, interceptions in the skies of Haifa from the last barrage towards the northern region. We can take a look at this video clip that was recorded here from some CCTV footage. I actually had... oh, it's not going to load, is it? Nope. So the Israeli map, I guess, is not showing us our videos here tonight, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen. This camera, though, we actually did have access to this camera up to a couple days ago. There wasn't much action going on to it. However, it's been spotty. The connection coming off this camera has been very, very intermittent. Again, probably just due to, you know, some limited internet in the area where this camera is located. I don't think it has anything to do with any communications issues within Israel. Again, but this is kind of a more remote camera, and I believe they just have spotty internet wherever this camera is located, because it's been up and down, on and off over the past couple days, past week or so here, I should say. 7 hours ago, Hezbollah says we have targeted the settlement of Mizgav with a rocket barrage. You can see where that is located here in northern Israel. So, again, last week, as it reported on, Israel had moved over the border into southern Lebanon. What you can see in purple here, again, is areas where they moved over the border and are holding some territory. And then the area in red here is where they've, again, been looking to... this is kind of like, you could say, contested territory. They're heavily striking targets in this area. There are skirmishes happening on the ground between IDF forces. IDF forces and Hezbollah fighters in this area. Again, it's Israel's goal to kind of control a lot of the area along this border here, to kind of create more of a buffer zone between the areas that those Hezbollah fighters are operating and the northern Israeli territories here along the border. They want to create kind of a buffer zone, again, so they can push Hezbollah back a little bit and make them have to reach out a little further to strike into Israel. Again, we had seen video clips of them moving tanks over there. I've seen clips of fighters on the ground in IDF soldiers, I should say, on the ground in some of these areas. Again, at this time, they are still operating in southern Lebanon. 7 hours ago, Revolutionary Guard positions in Shahin-Dej city in western Azerbaijan were bombed. Again, I showed you that just a few moments ago. Again, I showed you that post. Israeli airstrikes targets the town of Haruf. You can see where that's located there in Lebanon. So a lot of the firepower here from the IDF has been focused on southern Lebanon. However, we have seen many strikes in Beirut, of course. At this time, there are still some Hezbollah on the ground in Beirut. There's some IRGC officials on the ground in Beirut as well, from what we understand. However, again, the majority of the strikes have been located here in southern Lebanon, I should say. 7 hours ago, a fourth Israeli airstrike targeted the town of Ensariya. You can see where that is located here. That's on the western edge of Lebanon, near the coastline there. 7 hours ago, Trump says we struck Iran's naval and missile capabilities, launch sites, and manufacturing units. 7 hours ago, new Iranian missile launch towards Israel has been detected. Again, that was 7 hours ago. You could see where that missile launch originated. I believe there was a follow-up strike by U.S. and Israeli forces that targeted this area, if I'm not mistaken. Again, it hasn't been plotted here on live UA map. 7 hours ago, Sabrine, Israeli targeted the border points of the Popular Mobilization Forces, 18th Brigade, in the city of Al-Qaim. Again, I believe I reported on that just a few moments ago. We already looked at that one. An airstrike on Majdal Zun, and 3 airstrikes on Kanin in the Lebanese. The Lebanese army closes the Sidon Tir Highway to ensure the safety of citizens. You can see where that is located here on the map. Again, this is southern Lebanon, what we're seeing here. A drone strike targeted the town of Ensariya. You can see where that is located here. Again, that is still kind of southern Lebanon, southern central Lebanon, I should say. Again, we saw this post earlier. Very heavy bombardment reported in Karaj and Tehran 8 hours ago. Again, I showed you that just a few moments ago. 8 hours ago, Israeli raid targeted the heights of Mount Rian. Again, that's in the Jazin district there in Lebanon. Again, that's kind of more of central Lebanon there. 8 hours ago, Israeli Apache helicopters conducting heavy machine gun fire over Marun al-Raz in the outskirts of Bint Jabil. Again, you can see where that was located here. Again, so as I said, they're fighting for some of this area, for some of this territory here. They're striking Hezbollah targets within here. They're looking to hold, actually, some of this territory within this region. Again, to create kind of a buffer zone against the Hezbollah forces there in between the border. 8 hours ago, Hezbollah says, tonight we targeted a gathering of Israeli soldiers and their vehicles at the Al-Abad site opposite the border town of Hula with a missile barrage. You can see where that was located here. Again, that's in kind of northeastern Israel there along the border. See where that was located. 8 hours ago, here's the video of the violent bombardment in Karaj. Oh, it's working. It does seem to be working here. You can see this video on screen. Again, it's a little... Again, this is the one I showed you earlier of it. Again, that really bright fireball there. Again, that makes me believe there was some fuel. Makes me believe there was some fuel that was struck there in that strike. 8 hours ago, 2 Israeli warplane raids target the outskirts of the towns of Ain al-Taneh and Yamar in the western Bekaa region. You can see where that is located here. Again, also in central Lebanon. 8 hours ago, Iranian media reported that loud explosions continue to be heard in Tehran on Tuesday morning. Also, 8 hours ago, on Iran, President Trump says the U.S. has already won. Again, I already showed you that there. Right here, a drone strike assassinated 2 Iranian military commanders north of Avaz in an airstrike. A Tiba vehicle was targeted near the city of Weiss. Again, I showed you that earlier as well. 8 hours ago, a raid on Yamar, western Bekaa, was reported. Again, you can see where that is located. Again, that is also central Lebanon there. 8 hours ago, the Lebanese Health Ministry says, quote, Israeli airstrikes on the town of Tabnin in the Bint Jabil district resulted in the deaths of 2 citizens and the injury of 4 others. Following that up, 5 people were injured in the Israeli city of Ramallah after shrapnel from a Hezbollah rocket fired from Lebanon falls during an air defense interception. So again, just another clear example of, again, debris from these rockets falling and causing injuries and material damage, again, in certain places within Israel. Just because those missiles are intercepted doesn't make them less deadly. They are still quite deadly. Again, when that debris comes raining down, those missile bodies come raining down to Earth, again, it can still cause quite a bit of damage. 8 hours ago, the Israeli Air Force has launched a fresh wave of extensive airstrikes in Tehran, the Israeli army announces. The military says the strikes are targeting Iranian regime sites. And 8 hours ago, 4 to 5 blasts in Tehran were reported as well. You can see where those were located. This is in, again, western Iran, again, near that District 9, that Air Force airfield there. Let me see here. We already got that. An air raid targeted Majda Lazoun today. Again, you can see this is in southern Lebanon here. Again, in one of those heavier contested zones. You can see an image on screen here of that one of the blasts from that raid. Los Federals, good to see you. Says, "Oh my God, Nemico, I haven't seen you in ages. You haven't come up on my feed." Right there, guys. Again, evidence that people aren't getting notified. We have been, again, streaming and putting out videos for the past month or two, since January. I have been covering the Iran situation since January, which is kind of mind-boggling when you put it like that. But yeah, I've been covering this situation extensively since January and daily since this war has started on the 28th of February. Yeah, interesting to know that so many people are not getting notifications. It's very unfortunate. 8 hours ago, seems like the IAF is conducting airstrikes on Isfahan and Tehran at this very moment simultaneously. So again, that's Israeli Air Force again, and they're operating against strikes in Isfahan and Tehran simultaneously. That was 8 hours ago. 8 hours ago, the health ministry says 1 dead and 8 wounded in an Israeli raid on Sukin. You can see where that was located here. This is kind of central, southern Lebanon there. I showed you this post earlier. 9 hours ago, Israeli airstrike targeted the city of Bint Jabil in South Lebanon. So again, a lot of activity happening here in Lebanon. Look at the concentration of strikes on your screen here, guys. Look at all. This is just the past 24 hours. This is the past 24 hours here in southern Lebanon. And this is just what's being geolocated and posted to live UA map. So the real number of strikes and activity that's happening here is actually much larger. All right, live UA map only catches so much. It doesn't catch everything. All right, I would say it catches about 50%, maybe 40 to 50%. All right, I'd say 40% is a little bit more realistic here. There's way more happening here than just what you see on these maps, of course. Haaretz citing a well-informed source, Israel rejects a recent French initiative for a ceasefire in Lebanon. Israeli airstrike targets the town of Aitia al-Jabal. You can see where that was located. That's more southern towards the border there. Clashes erupt in the village of Barin, south of Nablus. And live ammunition is being used. Speaking of which, guys, right now...
Hostile aircraft intrusion.
Right as we speak, guys, again, this is a hostile aircraft intrusion. My bad. Again, coming over the southern border of Lebanon into the northern part of Israel here. We also have a confrontation line warning as well coming up at the moment. We'll keep an eye on these, but we're going to continue to go through our posts here. There are no reports of direct impacts or injuries in the latest Iranian ballistic missile attack on Israel, medics say. Sirens had sounded across central Israel and parts of the West Bank in the 11th attack from Iran since midnight. 9 hours ago, raids target Bint Jabil. Again, there's been multiple raids going on there over the past day or so here. I showed you that one earlier. So this one was interesting. Again, this is in central... excuse me, this is in central Lebanon as well. An airstrike targeted the Al-Gabara neighborhood. In Al-Namiria, and ambulance teams are heading to the scene. We actually saw a few strikes happen just in this small area here. again, over the course of the past 12 hours. 7 dead from the Al-Hamdan family as a result of an Israeli raid that targeted the town of Al-Namira in Nabete. Again, you can see right there where that is located. Again, my apologies, ladies and gentlemen, if I'm butchering. If there's any Hebrew-speaking or Arabic-speaking listeners tuning into the stream tonight, again, I apologize for butchering some of these names. Again, Ukrainian town names are more my thing now after years of practicing those. I'm just starting to get into the swing of things of learning some of the pronunciations for some of these town names here. So again, thank you guys for bearing with me on that. I showed you these. 2 Lebanese Red Cross members were injured in Israeli airstrikes in Majdel zone in southern Lebanon while inspecting the site of a previous strike. You can see that was located here. This is not the first instance, again, of Red Cross members, Lebanese Red Cross members getting injured in these strikes. I believe this is the second report that I've seen of this over the past week here. I showed you that earlier. 15 Syrian nationals injured in an Israeli raid on Qathariyat al-Ruz in the Sidon district. Again, this is in kind of southern Lebanon as well. On our main feed right here, we have an aircraft actually taking off out of Beirut. And real quick, if I switch over to my map. Okay, so what's interesting is they seem to be using transponders again for those aircraft heading out of Beirut. I know yesterday and the day before they had been turning off those transponders there, which is an interesting development. Benny Hill, good to see you. Good to see you tuning back in. Again, for those just tuning in, we're going through our live UA map updates here. I'm getting everybody updated on like the last 12 hours. We're about to switch over to our X feed in just a few minutes, and I'll get you guys updated on all the latest, and then we'll kind of cycle back down over the past 8 to 12 hours. If you haven't already, again, hit the like button below. Hit the like button below this stream so we can get this out to more people. Again, as always, guys, I appreciate it. If anybody else subbed over on Twitch, or if anybody else put any super chats through, I didn't see them because I've been focusing on. I've been focusing on the reading the reports here, so my bad. But again, I appreciate all your guys' support. Thank you so much. Give me one moment here. All right. So 11 hours ago, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard base in the city of Kermanshah in northwestern Iran was targeted by an airstrike. You can see where that was located here in southern Kermanshah. I believe I did actually show you guys that one earlier. Drone strike in the town of Al-Tiri. That's in southern Lebanon there. Israeli airstrike targets the town of Tair Deba in the Tir district, also in southern Lebanon. So again, I can't reiterate here how many strikes have been happening here in southern to central Lebanon. This has been like the main hot zone here over the past 12 to 48 hours in that area. Again, a lot of activity happening here that is going vastly underreported. Again, because the focus is so much on Tehran. I know we've seen a lot of those videos coming out of those oil depots and oil storage facilities in Iran burning and it raining down, oil on residential areas and black smoke lingering in the skies. A lot of that, very captivating imagery has taken over the headlines, but a lot of activity is happening here in Lebanon. Okay, like a lot of stuff is going on in Lebanon right now that is going vastly underreported. And again, one thing that I seem to keep repeating here, and that is also going vastly underreported, is the fact that the IDF is on the ground operating. All right, this is a ground war in Lebanon at the moment, very much so. 11 hours ago, President Erdogan, Israel taking advantage of the international community's attention being diverted away from Gaza, is seeking to completely undermine the two-state solution. Again, that comes as there has been some strikes in Gaza over the past day or two here. Showed you this one earlier. Okay, so that sums up the 12 hours here from both our Iran live UA map and our Israeli live UA map. Give me 1 second here. So yeah, we're still behind here, about 5-6 hours on live UA map. So I'm now going to switch over to our X feed. All right, and we're going to go through the latest and greatest over here, x.com/Nemico Network. I highly recommend you guys go over there and follow us on X. Again, it's a really great source for basically 24/7 open source intelligence updates. Highly recommend you check that out. All right, give me one moment here, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll start going through these. Through these reports. Give me 1 second. We have some camera pan action happening here. Let me switch this one over to. Switch that one over there. Yeah. Yeah, we'll switch it over to that one. Joey says, Nemico, is there any more info on the Iranian sleeper cell activations? Well, there's been a few attacks in a few different countries over the past day or two here. And there's been speculation and rumors in the intelligence community that possibly those may have been committed by some Iranian-affiliated actors. All right? Again, that remains to be seen. There was also a U.S. message that was intercepted. The U.S. intercepted encrypted message. I believe I'll have the report for you when we get into the X feed here in a moment. Again, which was believed to have been sent to a Iranian sleeper cell. Those are basically the only major updates that I have in that regard from the past 12 to 24 hours. Again, I think it goes without saying that, yes, Iran is definitely trying to activate some of its assets here in different foreign countries. Again, in the U.S. as well. You know, the U.S. is in a very heightened security state right now with everything that's going on. Again, making it very difficult for any threat actors, so to speak, in the U.S. to carry out any attacks. Again, we saw those attacks in New York the other day with those IEDs at that anti-Islam protest there. Again, we saw what happened in Glasgow. There's a few different examples of possible Iranian-affiliated or Iranian adjacent attacks occurring. All right. All right, we're going to go through our X feed now, okay? And I'm going to get you guys updated, again, starting with the latest stuff and then moving down. We actually have a little bit of a lull on our X feed here, so this is perfect timing to start going through some of this stuff. Give me one moment here, guys, to get this back up and running here for you. All right, so 15 minutes ago, the Federal Aviation Administration, also known as the FAA for all of those folks that are not inside the United States, has ordered that all flights operated by JetBlue be grounded across the United States. Again, they're looking to ground all flights. And this just came in 16 minutes ago. I have no other information on this besides this at the moment. But again, it's a JBU ground stop for the entire continental United States for, again, JetBlue, for that company there. It basically just says here, destination airport all, facilities included all. Expect update 0530 Zulu. Reason JBU airline request. Remarks JBU flights to all destinations. Again, this is just coming in fresh off the press. Again, it remains to be seen what this is. Let me see if I can get any other information here for you. Hold on, let me go to Reuters. Actually has a article they just put up about this. Let's read this. I want to get some more information on this because I'm just hearing about this just now. Allow ads? Should we allow ads on this site? I think Reuters has. I think they've proven themselves worthy of one ad block pause. All right, March 10th, Reuters. JetBlue Airways ticker sign JBLU.O, has requested for a ground stop at all destinations. So they've requested this. The U.S. Federal Aviation Administration said in an advisory on Tuesday, the ground stop was issued at request of the airline. The FAA notice said, without adding further details, JetBlue did not immediately respond to requests for comment. A ground stop is an air traffic control measure that temporarily halts flights usually due to safety, weather, or operational issues. Wes Lester says they're having IT issues. That could be, yeah. So again, this could be an internal issue within JetBlue and not necessarily like a safety concern or a threat. But again, we don't have enough information. This is all that's been published from them at this moment. But yeah, the rumor going around of IT issues could definitely be a cause. For sure. We'll keep an eye closely on this situation and see if we can catch any updates for you guys here in the coming minutes. This is coming from Study of War. Iranian response. The Iran regime launched 9 missile barrages at Israel between 3 p.m. Eastern Time on March 8th and 3 p.m. Eastern Time on March 9. Iran continued to target Gulf countries on March 8 and 9. Gulf countries have reportedly been able to intercept and destroy multiple of those incoming attacks. And again, the Institute for the Study of War coming in clutch with these update maps. Great source of information. When I do some of my deeper analysis videos, I often get quite a bit of operational details from these Study of War maps. They're very, very detailed. The ISW is very good at going through and making sure that everything is very clearly outlined, and they do their due diligence when it comes to fact-checking all of these things and geolocating all these things. Very great resource of information. That's one of the reasons why we pump them into the feed quite often. All JetBlue flights put on the ground stop, according to the FAA, again, 23 minutes ago. Made in the USA and Department of Defense codes, new photos of weapon debris allegedly recovered from February 28th. Again, that was that strike on that school there. Let me go here and see if I can actually pull up that full post. Right here. So again, made in the USA and Department of Defense codes, new photos of weapon debris allegedly recovered from the February 28th school strike in Manab show remnants consistent with a U.S.-made Tomahawk cruise missile. Let's take a look at some of these photos here. Has the contract year of 2014, which is interesting. Yeah, made in Dayton, Ohio. Yeah, leave it up for a manufacturing company in Ohio to be the cause of an international disaster. Not that I got anything against Ohio. So it says here, yeah, Globe Motors was the company there in Dayton. Including the actuator motors used to move the guidance fins that steer the Tomahawk missiles. So again, this is allegedly, again, photos of the missile debris that was located near that school. Now, again, the statements coming from the White House, primarily from Trump, are that, it's possible that these Tomahawk missiles can get into anybody's hands. Again, there seems to be quite a few people within the administration that are, kind of refuting those claims by the president. Again, this is still under investigation here, so. Yeah, I mean, if this is true, they definitely did make a big oopsie, so to speak. Again, it's hard to see how a big of a mistake like this would have been made. I mean, again, this is a pretty big tactical error here. Was it equipment malfunction? You know, did the Tomahawk malfunction and happen to hit this school? Was it bad intel? Was it bad targeting data? You know what I mean? Like, if this is true, again, and as I said, it is still under investigation. If this was true, what was the cause? That's the question. You know, and then is there the other possibility that, you know, again, maybe an Iranian missile did hit that school, or that a Tomahawk that had been acquired by Iran possibly hit this school? Yeah, again, this is one of those things where you gotta put your tinfoil hat on for. I mean, there's so many lies and misinformation on both sides when it comes to this exact story about this school being hit. Both sides saying different things, and different entities within each side saying different things. You know, like you have the Department of War, you know, and defense officials saying different things, and the president's saying different stuff. You have different officials within Iran saying different things about what happened here. I mean, it's a very complicated situation. Treasure Police says, I read that Anthropic was being used to select targets. I also had heard reports. We actually did have some reporting earlier this week, you know, that had confirmed that Anthropic's AI models were being used over that first weekend. I'm not sure if they're still using them now. They very well may be. Yeah, some more images of that here as well. What do you guys think about this? Let me know in the chat what you guys think about this situation here. Bubba says there's nothing wrong with Ohio. Yeah, as Ogre says, prove that the piece even came from this town. Yeah, I mean, again. As Will Russell says, in the clip, the missiles coming from the Northeast and not from the U.S. I've seen so many clips as well. There's been so many clips showing different angles. And it's hard to know, you know what I mean, what are, you know... Again, there are so many clips from that school incident. You know, which ones have been doctored, which ones are possibly fake, which ones are possibly from other instances. I was going through some of the footage yesterday, and there was so much. I mean, there's so much. And there's so many, like, deep fakes and AI fakes of that incident as well. Curtis says, I think intel might be the problem. There's video of an Iranian IRGC going into a school. There's a lot of sides to this story. It is a very complicated one, that's for sure. Ogre says, not proof. Who found it and where? Yes. No, that's a good question. Like, where was this exactly found? Who found it? Who reported it? Who uploaded the photos? Those are all possibles as well. Those are all possible, again, variables. Scott Ritter provided proof. These parts were found at the strike site. Okay, since many replies ask how we know these parts were found at the strike site, we don't. So we don't know. But these photos of a Tomahawk components do corroborate video and other evidence that the site was struck by a U.S. Tomahawk. And again, this is some clips from one of the videos that I've seen. There's so many angles of this going around right now, it's hard to tell which ones are legitimate or not. Yeah, again, this is a dicey one for sure. For sure. 1 hour ago, a newly released video shows the moment that a BGM-109 Tomahawk land attack cruise missile was fired by the U.S. Navy. I can actually show you that video here. That was about an hour ago. Okay, so here's actually... So this is a video, again, moment that BGM-109 Tomahawk land attack cruise missile fired by the U.S. Navy struck a facility operated by Iran's, again, the IRGC, in the southern Iranian city of Manab on February 28th. In the video, smoke can be seen rising on the right side of the screen from several other buildings that had previously been struck. One of those being the Sharej Tayyibeh Girls' Primary School, where upward of 175 children were killed in what appears to have been a U.S. missile strike on the first day of Operation Epic Fury. So again, you can see that smoke right there. That's where that school is located, and you can see a Tomahawk here. All right? Play that video here for you. Hey, is it just me? Is it just me? Or was this a smaller explosion for a Tomahawk? Like, that almost looks like it didn't fully detonate. Is it just me? I mean, I've seen a lot of Tomahawk... videos of impact. And that almost looks like it didn't fully detonate or something. Like, that's almost just like it struck the ground. Kicked a bunch of dirt up in the air. I do see some smoke, though. I didn't see much of a blast when it hit, though. Yeah, I'm going frame by frame here. We're not seeing much of a blast. That's something that stands out to me. No flash or blast, and not a very loud report. Benny Hill says, dude, rewind it in slow-mo. Yeah, what do you guys think of here? I mean, again, I've seen a lot of Tomahawk impacts, and they're usually quite a larger explosion than that. Of course, it's not a 1,000-pound blast, but Tomahawks, again, usually have quite a larger impact than that. In fact, I can show you another clip. Give me a second here. Give me just 1 second. I can compare. Again, this is a a BGM 109. Here, I'll show you. I'll show you right now. This is footage here of a BGM 109 explosion. And you can clearly see. I mean, that's a strike by a BGM 109. That is, again, more like what I would expect to see from a BGM 109, right? All right. Sorry for the copyrighted music there, YouTube. My apologies. But you look here. I don't know. It seems like almost like a dud. And the explosion doesn't sound very loud either. Yeah, it almost looks like it didn't fully detonate. That almost just looks like a kinetic impact. You know what I mean? Like it's just a kinetic impact from the missile body hitting the ground, throwing up dirt in the air. In fact, you could see a lot of that is dirt. There is a little bit of smoke towards the top. However, I did not see a flash, nor much of a shockwave. So if you're looking at the trees there, it is hard to tell because of the low resolution here. It almost looks like more of just like an artillery hit or something. But I mean, look at the size of that Tomahawk missile, okay? And then look at this. Look at the size of the explosion. I mean, I would hardly call that an explosion. It's more of just a plume being thrown up into the air. Which again, I know we're focusing on the smoke. I know we're supposed to be focusing on the smoke over here to the side, but that immediately stood out to me when I saw this video. Is just how small of an explosion that Tomahawk made. Yeah, Benny, I know it's a Tomahawk, but again, I just showed you the video a second ago. I've seen dozens, if not hundreds, of Tomahawk impacts on video, and I've never seen one that small. Let me see if I can find another one here for you here. One moment here while I find another one. Yeah, here's another one here. This is another BGM 109. Okay, obviously there was some fuel in those containers. Also, do we even see? Oh, yeah, you see it. You see it come into frame. You can see it there. That's it streaking down. There obviously was some fuel in those containers. 100%. 100%. See if I can find another video here. Here we go. This might be the same one I actually showed you.
About the same time, the Navy introduced its Tomahawk land attack missile.
Good old History Channel, eh? So look, you can see there's a strike here of a Tomahawk on a ship. Here's some strikes again on some building targets. You can see a strike there. There. Here. Might be kind of hard for you guys to see here, actually. That looks like a cluster munition. Yeah, that's a cluster munition they're using. Again, I promised I wouldn't be talking about cluster munitions anymore. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know why. That stood out to me, though. That definitely stood out to me. Just a smaller hit. What is the payload size on a BGM 109? A BGM 109 Tomahawk cruise missile typically carries a payload of 1,000 pounds. Yeah, 450 kilograms. Oh, no, so, sorry. It's a 1,000 pound, 450 kg class for conventional land attack variants. So the conventional TLAM-C Block 3/4, which is what that missile would have been, again, features a 1,000 pound class warhead. And I can tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, that is not a 1,000 pound explosion that we see there. I mean, I've seen bigger explosions in the backyard with a couple buckets of tannerite and a hunting rifle. I mean, it might have been dud. That might be what we're looking at there. But again, the main focus of the video here is that they're saying that this smoke here from the school, you know, again, this is that school there, right, that had just been struck, where those children had been killed, and that, you know, and then they're correlating it with this video here. I mean, what is clearly a Tomahawk, right? That is clearly a Tomahawk missile without a doubt. But again, you know, definitely less than a Tomahawk class explosion that we're seeing there. Yeah. So again, these BGM 109s are 1,000 pounders. Definitely does not look like that was a full explosion there from a 1,000 pound munition. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, we're not deflecting. No, we're definitely not deflecting. I got, if anything, I just got sidetracked. I got sidetracked here by this. This footage. Again, something just stood out to me there. Yeah, I'd like to know the percentage of, you know, I would like to see, like, the military statistics on what percentage of these Tomahawks malfunction upon impact and possibly don't fully detonate. That'd be interesting data to have. But yeah, again, they're saying that, you know, again, this smoke here, again, is by where that school was, and then they're correlating it with, you know, this strike here from this Tomahawk. But this is not the only clip. There are multiple other clips from that. I'm not sure if this guy had any more in his feed or not. I'm sure we'll have more in our feed here as we go through. But yeah, very interesting stuff. Yeah, as Elston Barrett says, again, 100% agree with him here. If you've been around explosions, it's different than watching. And once you've been around a lot of explosions, like, you're able to, you know, like, you see something like that video I just showed you guys, and you can tell something's off. You know what I mean? Like, you could tell that, again, it's not adding up. Again, for a 1,000-pound warhead, like, that Tomahawk definitely had some kind of malfunction. Again, that was definitely a smaller detonation than you'd usually see from one of those Tomahawks. So, again, that immediately stood out to me when I saw that clip. Yeah, Tomahawks, I mean, again, any 1,000-pound warhead is going to absolutely ring your doorbell for sure. For sure. All right, so moving on here. Again, this is some stuff that's not relevant. There's a lot of some other Russia stuff mixed into our feed today here, so I'll try to skip over that. Again, we're mainly focusing on the Iran-related stuff here. Again, more maps coming from the study of war here today. Again, this is for Lebanon, though. So, again, not directly related to Iran, but, again, same region, same war that's happening, essentially. Give me one second here. Just reading a couple messages that you guys sent over on Discord. A couple here. Yeah, Miss Tiger, I posted this, actually, real quickly. I'll sidetrack here over to this. Miss Tiger, I dropped this in Situation Room. Those oil prices are dropping rapidly. Yeah, we're down to 92. Again, it was at about 118 last night. If I go here, actually, I could show you the peak. Yeah, right around $118 a barrel. Now we are back down to 92. Keep in mind, though, that just a week ago, we were down at, like, what, 60? Or, sorry, 69 or something like that. But, again, after those statements made by the president today, again, that definitely cooled off the markets and things are heading back down again. What's interesting, though, is I think in last night's report, at the beginning of the night, before those prices really started climbing, when I first came on the air, I was reading you guys a report. I had some reporting that I read earlier in the day, some analysis from some market analysis analysts, that stated that they expected within the next 3 to 7 days, so probably by the end of the week, it was going to be at $100 a barrel. It reached $100 a barrel before midstream. Before mid-report last night, we were already at $118 a barrel. So it very rapidly climbed, and then now has kind of started to come back down as concern about, again, kind of speculation in the oil markets has started to, you know, be subdued a little bit. One second here, reading a couple of the other messages that came through the feeds here. I mean, sorry, it came through Discord. One second. All right. C, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Grzigor. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly. It says, "Can we look at flight radar?" Yes, we will look at flight radar here very soon. Don't worry. We're gonna hop over there. Actually, yeah, I'll take a little sidetrack just real quick down radar lane here. Give me 1 second. A lot of flights coming out of Beirut at the moment. Holy cow, we got 4 just coming out of Beirut. Quite a few tankers. Quite a few tankers up in the air. Shotawone, thank you for following over there on Twitch. Highly appreciate it. Highly appreciate it. Good to see you. Good to see you. Looking to see if we had anything that was reported for tankers. Yeah, a lot of the tankers here. Again, KC-135R. Another cargo flight there. Again, we've been seeing those coming in pretty regularly as well. Just seeing if there's any of the Pegasus, the KC-46 Pegasus. Now, these are all 135Rs that are hanging out over there. Yeah, so about 1, 2, 3. Oh, interesting. Okay, and a civilian flight as well. So yeah, 3 on screen now. I think there was a 4th that maybe just went off screen a moment ago. This Airbus over Jordan. We've been seeing this quite often. This Airbus A400M has been seen quite often over the past few days. Interesting flight here. Yeah, that's 737. We've seen that one up a couple times. Some Emirates flights here. I'm not seeing our drone or our Piper. I don't think our Piper is... Actually, this might be it here. Oh, nope, that's a Twin Star. Yeah, our Piper and our Skylane and our supposed Triton have been off map today. I haven't noticed them. Unless it was much earlier this morning that they were out. A lot of planes right over the Gulf at the moment. These transponders actually look like they're bugged. Again, there has been a lot of GPS jamming in this area of the Gulf and over the Strait as well, which can cause, again, I was reading about this earlier today, an ADSB analyst was kind of talking about some of these transponder glitches that we've been seeing in this area of the region, this part of the region here. There's been a lot of GPS jamming happening in this area, and again, that can cause these weird. See how they're all kind of disconnected? They're disjointed from their flight paths, and they're all kind of heading in kind of like a similar direction. Again, that's a result of some of that GPS jamming that's happening in the region there. See, they're all, yeah, even that one is victim to it. But see, look, that one, this one. Really, these flights are coming this way, all right? But they get to about here, and then again, they're entering kind of some GPS dead zone, so to speak, where that signal drops off from those transponders, and then it kind of just glitches out, and they start heading this way. Really, I think a lot of those flights are coming down through this way. They usually come down here over Muscat in Oman, and then they kind of divert up to Dubai instead of flying closer to the Strait. At least that's what we've been seeing over the past week here as this conflict has been growing. Another 747 cargo here. Flavors, good to see you. Says, nice cut alive. I don't get notified for this channel for some reason. Great. Just great. Yeah, again, I'm definitely gonna be putting up that poll here. Definitely gonna be pulling up that poll. Probably in the next day or so here. We'll run it for like a week. We're gonna get as much data as we possibly can. And I'm going to email that data straight to YouTube. Straight to YouTube support. Be like, what's going on here, YouTube? You care to explain this? Yeah, I know they did say that they changed some of the ways that they're giving out notifications now. But, I mean, we've been having this issue since, like, 2023, 2024. Towards the end of our Ukraine coverage. And an Airbus KC-2 Voyager is up in the air. Let's look at our top track. Let's see what people are looking at here on Flight Radar. Looking at this Emirates flight. Number 1 currently. Out of Dubai. We got this one here over Qatar. Number 3 over Qatar. Again, this is most definitely... Actually, it looks like they might be in a holding pattern right now. Interesting. Very interesting. Mr. Munchie says, I got notified on my cell. Not sure if you have to manually turn those on. So, you shouldn't have to. As long as you hit the notification bell, you should be getting notified. I know I do recommend sometimes you hit the all button. That does usually help. Another Dubai flight. A lot of these Emirate flights are catching people's attention right now for some reason. Those guys talking are coming out of this feed here. Very interesting. All right, I'm going to move back to our X feed now. We're going to take a look at, again, more of these posts here. If you guys have any aircraft that you want me to take a look at, drop them in the feed or send them to me on Discord and we can look at them on screen. Halfmad says, is IRGC and NATO fighting in Turkey? No, but there was another missile intercept over Turkey. No, there's no direct conflict happening in Turkey yet. Says, why am I hearing that? There's been a lot of misinformation going around. You got to be careful. Got to be really careful right now. Give me 1 second here. 2 hours ago, Bahrain's Ministry of Interior says a woman has been killed and 8 others have been injured in what it says was a, quote, blatant Iranian aggression against a residential building in Manama. French President Emmanuel Macron led sailors in the nation's national anthem, again on that nuclear-powered aircraft carrier on the Charles de Gaulle. Again, that was Monday off the coast of Crete. Again, Macron has been kind of on the fence about getting more involved here with the Middle East situation. User, good to see you. Thank you much, man. Thank you much. He says, user says 3 Stratos flying over Israel. Yeah, I was just looking at those a second ago. We were just taking a look at those. Yeah, we got one heading home. So this one's heading home. So see, okay, this flight path here basically shows it took off from Tel Aviv. Again, they tend to go out over the Mediterranean, circle back, and then head into theater to operate. And then these 2 guys are coming, they're coming fresh out of Tel Aviv. They are restocked and refitted, and they're ready to go out and continue operating. And this guy is heading back. Most likely there are more that are operating out here right now. This one here most likely went out with a group earlier today, and no doubt there's still a KC-135R or 2 waiting for these 2 to show up so they can then, again, shift change out as well. That's kind of the pattern we've been seeing here over the past week or so. A lot of planes coming out of Beirut as well. The Charles de Gaulle. Two hours ago, the Kuwait National Guard, also known as the KNG, has announced that it successfully intercepted a downed six one-way attack drones. So it's downed 6 one-way attack drones within its area of responsibility in the state of Kuwait. Again, that was from today. Evening strike ops on the USS Abraham Lincoln. Let's take a look at this. The Becca asks, is Israel controlling the Beirut airport? No, not that we know of. Again, the Lebanese are still in control of that airport there at this time. I'm surprised the White House hasn't taken this footage and put some Kenny Loggins danger zone over it. Haven't seen that yet. So 3 hours ago, this is interesting. This is an interesting development I've been reading about over the course of the day here. Joey says, that has to be AI. Iran sank the Lincoln. Right? Yeah, this is AI footage here. Yeah, the Iranians sank the Abraham Lincoln. We all know that, right? Yeah, and that is sarcasm for those less versed in such things. So again, this is an interesting development. I've been reading about this over the course of the day. Again, the U.S. Is looking, again, possibly to redeploy some assets from the Korean Peninsula and move them to the Middle East to help back up, again, the operations that are ongoing there. It says here, South Korea cannot stop U.S. forces in Korea from redeploying some weapons, President Lee Jae-myung said on Tuesday, after reports that some U.S. Patriot missile defense systems were being sent to the conflict in the Middle East. I know prior to this conflict kicking off, there was reports that they were redeploying some assets in Korea, but it's possible they're looking to redeploy some more, again, to kind of shore up some of those defenses in the Gulf nations there. 3 hours ago, photos published by the White House of tonight's dignified transfer at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware for the U.S. Army Sergeant Benjamin N. Pennington, again, which was attended by Vice President J.D. Vance. Again, that was one of the soldiers that have been, unfortunately, lost in this conflict since it began. Again, U.S. President J.D. Vance, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and other senior officials attended that dignified transfer tonight at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware. Again, for that U.S. Army Sergeant Benjamin N. Pennington, again, who was 26 years old, for those that don't know. He was from Glendale, Kentucky. Let's take a look at this video here. Again, that footage there coming from Fox. Again, that was at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware. Again, just to reiterate here, that soldier was 26 years old, ladies and gentlemen. Again, a sergeant in the U.S. Army. The Salty Southerner, good to see you, says, howdy, Nemico. Has there been any de-escalation on the war front? I know there was some talk from Trump about the war. It's pretty much over. No, so again, I expect you're just joining us here. But again, as I've reiterated many times over tonight's broadcast, no, there is not any de-escalation. In fact, there's direct opposite. There's much escalation occurring at the moment. Again, a lot of those statements given by the president, and I'll say this again, I've already said it tonight a couple times, but I'm going to say it for anybody that's just tuning in. Those statements that were made today and the statements that are going to be made tomorrow during the 8 a.m. press briefing there in Washington with Pete Hegseth, again, Secretary of War, and General Dan Kane. Those statements, again, given by the president and which are, again, we expect to see at that press conference tomorrow, are aimed at quelling the rampant speculation and volatility in the oil markets. Again, they're trying to mitigate that issue at the moment. So you're going to see some, positive, a lot of positive statements, coming from the U.S. Again, trying to mitigate those issues. No doubt, again, the U.S. is making great headway here. They are operating at a very high. They're functioning at a very high op tempo, I should say. Again, there's a lot of strikes ongoing, right? They're hitting a lot of targets. They are achieving a lot of their goals. That goes without a doubt, all right? However, you can't say that the war's over. You cannot say that, things are de-escalating because, again, the proof is in the pudding here. I've shown you clearly over the past 12 hours here things have still been on an incline, heavily. Just Mark, thank you so much for the super chat over there. Highly appreciated as always, guys. Again, that support goes a long way. He says, danger zone. Yes, the danger zone. Some Kenny Loggins. Again, I'm very surprised that the White House press team, with all the crazy stuff they've been putting out over the past few weeks, haven't taken some of that footage from the aircraft carriers there in the Middle East and thrown some Kenny Loggins over it. I'm sure they can get the license for that. I'm sure. But yeah, again, Just Mark, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Highly appreciated. One second here. One moment here, ladies and gentlemen. All right, continuing on here. 3 hours ago, the Saudi Arabian Ministry of Defense has announced the tracking and shoot-down of an Iranian drone in the eastern area of the country. I know I briefly touched on that when we were going through the live UA map reports earlier. U.S. Central Command, quote, the Iranian regime can try to hide their missile launchers, but the U.S. forces won't stop looking for them. When we find them, we're taking them out. Some footage here showing some of those missile launchers being struck. This one hiding under an overpass there. A lot of that footage coming out of CENTCOM over the past few days. 3 hours ago, footage shows a vessel with the Iranian naval forces believed to likely be a Shahid Soleimani class missile corvette operating. I believe that was in near the strait there. We're having some technical difficulties here with Scent Defender's feed. Let me see if I can scroll down and find that video. Here we go. Yep. So this was that video I showed you guys earlier. Again, so it's reported to have been an IRGCN, again, corvette, Soleimani-class missile corvette operated by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy. Again, explode today off the coast of Bandar, Lenge. Again, originally there was some speculation as to what exactly this vessel was that they had hit. Still kind of waiting for more information to come out on this, but again, it's likely likely currently believed to be that Soleimani class missile corvette. Some more statements today by Senator Lindsey Graham. I'm not going to have you guys suffer through all of those. If you want to go watch them, they're over on our OSINT feed here. He has been on Fox News quite often over the past few days. I imagine his vocal cords are starting to get quite hoarse after all of the comments he's been making over there. Again, just kind of parroting and reiterating a lot of the stuff that's coming out of the White House at the moment. Again, more of that footage. You can see the footage here. Again, very likely an MQ-9 Reaper. The MQ-9s have really been the big driving force at hitting a lot of these targets. They're being sheltered under different things, like that video I showed you earlier of the Iranian aircraft that were in those hardened. Actually, they're not technically hardened, but they're those kind of almost clamshell, half-cylinder aircraft hangars. They kind of hit them from the side with these Hellfire missiles from those MQ-9s. But see, the MQ-9s are kind of able to, they can kind of dip down lower, fly lower, and attack at an angle, and so they're able to get at some of these targets that are being sheltered under things like overpasses, bridges, inside hangars, and stuff like that. As I reported on earlier, again, the U.S. Department of War has announced that they will hold a press conference with Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and the Chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Be there or be square. All right, I'm expecting that they are probably going to give more of those positive oil market volatility mitigating statements in the morning. Again, no doubt that Chief of Staff General Dan Kane will keep it professional and give us the statistics and the data that we're looking for. He's been pretty good so far at updating the public in, more of a professional manner when it comes to, again, giving us kind of like the operational details and statistics of what's going on there. Mr. Pete Hegseth's comments, though, I guarantee are going to be aimed more at quelling, again, the speculation on the markets right now, and quelling again, as I said, I probably sound like a broken record here, but the volatility in those oil markets, again, that's like their main goal here. That's the administration's operational objective right now, is to quell that, because again, Iran is using that as a weapon. Okay, Iran is using that as a weapon here against us, and again, that is their greatest defense here, is to try to put out statements, again, kind of changing the public's mind about the whole situation. From, again, the newest U.S. Central Command update, again, compounding on earlier statements by U.S. President Donald J. Trump, the U.S. has now destroyed or damaged 50-plus Iranian naval vessels and struck over 5,000 targets. Let's take a look. Here. So, again, U.S. Central Command commenced Operation Epic Fury. Yeah, we've seen this one. Again, this is all the stuff that has been used so far. Actually, let me pull out of this here. Actually, hold on. Can I go into split focus? No, we're still going to... I guess if we go down like this, you might be able to see it a little bit better. Oh, yeah, you guys can see. So this right here is the bottom line, so you guys can see the whole list here. But we got B-1 bombers. They finally added the B-52s on that, even though they had been using them for days. They kind of lagged behind on adding them to this list. But, yeah, B-1s have been used. Those are primarily the B-1 Lancers, B-2 stealth bombers, B-52 bombers, Lucas drones, Patriot interceptors, THAAD systems, F-15 fighter jets, F-16, F-18. A lot of those Growlers are being used as well. F-22s, F-35s. I know the F-35 is just itching to get into the fight. The A-10s, I'm still waiting for footage of... Sorry. I made a wrong comment earlier. F-18. Separately, I meant the EA-18 Growler, electronic attack aircraft. Different. There's a difference there. My bad. I'm still waiting for footage of some A-10 gun runs in Iran. If anybody sees any, please send them to me immediately, because, again, that is the footage I would be looking forward to see the most out of this entire conflict, is some of those A-10 gun runs, again, sailing over the Iranian airspace. Again, we haven't seen the A-10 used in quite a while in an actual conflict. Again, it's been a little while. It's been a little while for the A-10. I know a lot of people, said, the A-10 was being retired. That's kind of been in the news over the past few years. They brought back the A-10. It came out of retirement, so to speak. I don't think he's been completely officially retired yet, but A-10s, they're still in the fight. All right? America is still alive as long as the A-10 is still fighting. Keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. Keep that in mind. 1 second here. Yeah, the A-10 is by far my favorite aircraft on the planet. All right? I can talk about the A-10 for hours. Love the A-10. Good stuff. Airborne early warning and control aircraft, of course. E-2D, Advanced Hawkeye. Airborne communication relays as well. The U-2, Dragon Lady, which for those that don't know... Give me 1 second here. Try to bring up a... Again, so I'm trying to bring up a photo here for you. This is the Lockheed U-2. Again, this is a spy plane. I mean, it's really considered a reconnaissance, a high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft. You could consider it just it's a spy plane, essentially. But this is also a pretty cool aircraft for those that aren't familiar with it, the U-2. Very, very cool piece of technology that the U.S. is fielding over there. The P-8 Maritime Patrol Aircraft, P-8 Poseidon. Also a very cool aircraft. RC-135 Rivet Joints, with reconnaissance aircraft there. Again, they do a lot of ISR, a lot of signals reconnaissance, electronic reconnaissance as well with the RC-135. MQ-9 Reapers, M142 High Mobility Artillery Rocket Systems, nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, guided missile destroyers, counter-drone systems, refueling tanker aircraft. I know we've been watching those on flight radar. Refueling ships, C-17 Globemaster cargo aircraft. We've been watching those a lot as well. C-130 cargo aircraft, EC-130H Compass Call. That's a very interesting aircraft as well, if you know anything about the 130H. Counter-rocket artillery and mortar systems, and of course, my favorite ground-based air defense, automated air defense system, the CRAM. And of course, they end off these lists, as always, with "and special capabilities we can't list here," but will probably be made available to the public 10 or 20 years from now. Types of targets that they're hitting: command and control centers, IRGC headquarters buildings, IRGC intelligence sites, integrated air defense systems, ballistic missile sites, Iranian Navy ships and submarines, Iranian air defense systems, anti-ship missile sites, military communication capabilities, and ballistic missile and drone manufacturing. So again, that's our latest update there from Central Command. Give me 1 second here, ladies and gentlemen. Give me 1 second. Breaking here, the U.S. President Donald Trump. Again, this is 5 hours ago. Quote, "If Iran does anything that stops the flow of oil within the Strait of Hormuz, they will be hit by the United States of America 20 times harder than they have been hit thus far." He also says, additionally, "We will take out easily destroyable targets that will make it virtually impossible for Iran to ever be built back as a nation again. Death, fire, and fury will rain upon them. But I hope and pray that it does not happen. This is a gift from the United States of America to China." Yeah, he's been saying this a lot the past 48 hours here. He's talking about how much he's helping China, which is kind of a big reversal with the president. Again, he's always been very vocal in his disdain for China. He doesn't very much care for the Chinese government there. But now again, he's talking about how this is like a gift for China that he's doing this, even though again, them conducting this operation in Iran is very much hurting China. Again, as I mentioned earlier, China gets the majority of its oil from these Gulf nations and from Iran. Most of their oil comes out of this strait. India also gets a lot of their oil out of this strait as well. No doubt, if he was again to start escorting vessels through the strait, that would be a gift to China essentially, because again, he'd be allowing China to get their oil. But I digress. Again, he says, hopefully it is a gesture, and all those nations that heavily use the Hormuz Strait. Hopefully it is a gesture that will be greatly appreciated. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Again, this is according to a release from the UAE earlier. During that drone attack last night in Erbil, Iraq, the UAE's Consulate General was targeted. Only material damage and no injuries were reported. Again, this is that same post here. 6 hours ago, footage of an RAF Typhoon taking out a UAS over Jordan last night. Let's take a look at that footage here. Also, it sounds like we just lost... we just lost this feed coming out of Tel Aviv. We'll keep an eye on it. Again, here's that footage here. Let me give you guys a gander here at that. Let's go to our split focus here, so we can keep an eye on that feed coming out of Beirut as we watch this here. This needs to be updated. All right, I updated the feeds. Actually, I'm gonna go through and update all of them, make sure they're updated. Yeah, this one ended. This one needs to be refreshed. This one definitely needs to be refreshed. All right, there you go. And this one needs to be refreshed. All right. These are all live now. They're back up and live. Just Mark says, he did say he was offering those oil ships insurance. Yes, we're still waiting on further updates on that. As I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, if you look at the strait here, all those ships are still holding short of the strait, right? All those ships are still holding short. Again, kind of clustering up here and waiting to transit. That's what these little clusters are that you're seeing all over the place. Here, 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 all over here. Again, they're just waiting to, again, get that figured out, possibly get some naval escorts figured out so they can start getting some of these ships escorted through the strait. Remains to be seen how that's going to work exactly. Just Mark says, I feel like the CRAM has been better than the Dome, but could be wrong. I mean, the Iron Dome is a very robust system. It is better at taking out some of those incoming missile, like ballistic missiles and stuff like that. Especially because, you know, you can launch a bunch of interceptors and they can individually target multiple missiles at once. For the CRAM is extremely capable, right? But if you have a large incoming missile barrage from, like, you know, multiple directions, so to speak, you need, like, multiple CRAMs, right? Like with the Iron Dome, you have multiple launchers, right? And they're able to intercept those targets at a much higher altitude, causing less material and residential damage from falling debris and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, the CRAM's a great weapon system, and I'm sure if you put CRAM systems on every rooftop in Tel Aviv, nothing would ever get through. However, again, some of those interceptors that the Iron Dome uses can, I believe, reach a significantly higher altitude to intercept those missiles that are incoming. So you're you know, it's a little less dangerous. You know, you can reach farther out with the Iron Dome. Don't get me wrong, the CRAM has a pretty good reach as well, but not as far as that Iron Dome system. Not as far as some of these missile-based interceptors like the Patriot, the THAAD, all that stuff. But the CRAM is especially good at taking out, like, mortars, drones, even artillery. It can take out incoming artillery. And missiles, too, of course. The CRAM is a very robust system. It can do a lot. But you need multiple CRAMs, again, spread over an area to really give good coverage. You know, 1 or 2 CRAMs can defend an entire, like, small, like a FOB or like a, you know, like a base, a smaller base, you know. But to cover an entire city, you know what I mean? Especially when you're getting attacks from all sorts of different angles, like Tel Aviv is. It's getting attacked from Lebanon. It's getting attacked from Iran, from multiple kind of angles. You know, when Iran launches these missiles here, and I'll show you on the map. Let's go to this map here. So if you look at Iran here on the map, right, it's a very large country here. They got a lot of land. So they could launch missiles from up here in the north on Tel Aviv, and they could launch missiles from here, you know what I mean? So they could be coming from, you know, not necessarily 2 completely different angles, but kind of off axis a little bit. You know what I mean? And then, of course, missiles coming from Lebanon as well. Those interceptors can fire, and they can intercept a lot of those missiles. What a lot of people don't understand about the missiles being intercepted over Israel, right, is that the majority, and this is the same for those Gulf countries, right? A lot of those missiles and drones that are being intercepted are not the ones we're seeing on cameras above Israel, are not the ones we're seeing on cameras above Qatar and Kuwait and the UAE and all that stuff, right? The majority, I would say 90 to 95% of the interceptions being made here are being made over the Gulf, over the water here. They're being made over Iraq, right? Those interceptions are being made before they even get to Israel, before they even get to these Gulf countries, right? The ones we're seeing get through to these countries where systems like the Iron Dome go into effect, or systems like the Patriots start you know, launching more, you know, those are the ones that have gotten through the, like, this interception technology, it's waves. It comes in waves, right? You have interceptors that are launched from sea that are going into effect. You have interceptions that are being done from aircraft within the region. All right, so again, what you're seeing on camera when you see these interceptions those are the missiles from these strikes that have just made it through the first levels of defense, you know what I mean, across the region. All right. Salty says there will be a lot of CRAM footage coming once we move into the Strait. I've actually, there was a clip I saw earlier today of some, this was out of Iraq yesterday, of the CRAM engaging some targets. Very interesting stuff. Don't worry, guys. I've seen a lot of the footage you've been sending me. I'll try to get to some of it here. Shortly. This one came from 1080p Potato. This is more of the JetBlue flights. Again, they're saying this is IT issues which caused the JetBlue aircraft to be grounded. Let's take a look. This is a recording from their air traffic control. Let's take a listen here.
JetBlue 248. Hey, just hoping your company will let you know, but we just got a ground stop for all JetBlue aircraft due to your company IT issues till 0530 Zulu. is our expected update time. So about an hour from now before we can get you moving. It looks like you're waiting to push. Okay, roger. JetBlue 248. Hey, just I'm hoping your company will let you know, but we just got a ground stop for all JetBlue.
So it does look like JetBlue's having some IT issues at the moment. Miss Tiger Eye posted a photo here. Yeah, the Caliber. Yeah, the Russian Caliber. Yeah, yeah, the Caliber missile does look like... It does look like the Tomahawk. That is a good point to make. And, yeah, I actually hadn't thought about that. Give me 1 second here. I'll bring up an image here. So, for those that... Again, earlier, for those that were in the stream earlier when we were talking about that, that hit on that school... which I don't have the video up on screen. Let me see if I can find that one more time here. Reports of a major explosion near the Iranian port city of Bandar Abbas this morning. You can see an image of an explosion there. More footage of Tomahawks. Give me one moment here, guys. Let me track this down. Bear with me. Alright, that's over on Sun Defender. This one here. So again, if you look at this missile here, look at that shape. Look at that shape. Again, you might think that's a Tomahawk, right? There are other missiles, and the Russians field a missile, again, called the Caliber. Caliber. It looks very, very, very similar, all right? Again, see here, all right? It does look very similar to the Tomahawk. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Again, just food for thought. Just food for thought. Again, I'm not saying anything directly here. Again, we don't have enough evidence. This is still under investigation here. But, I mean, you look at that shape, and you look at that shape here. Again, very similar to the Tomahawk. The Caliber is very, very similar to the Tomahawk. Yes, yeah. You know, the nose cone is definitely different, for sure. Excuse me. Definitely different, yep. Yeah, they have a few different variants. Yeah, in fact, here, if I go to the focus, yep, right here. So you can see here, there's quite a few missiles that have this shape. Joey Pasong Pinoy says, Nemico Network, if you zoom in on the missile, you will see a protrusion at the rear. The Tomahawk does not have it, but the HG-55 does. Very good observation. Let's see if we can, again, this is pretty grainy footage. Is this, can I bump up the, yeah, I mean, we're at 480p here. I'm definitely seeing something, yeah, at the back there. I don't know if you guys could see that there, but there's definitely something towards the back of the Tomahawk. Or, sorry, the back of this missile. Again, we're not sure exactly what it is. I know, again, there was those pictures earlier posted of some debris that was allegedly found nearby of this missile. Again, that has nothing has been confirmed here. This is all still under investigation. Again, for all we know, this might have been a U.S. missile that hit this school here. God forbid that happened, right? That would be very unfortunate. That'd be a huge mishap by the United States. But for all we know, that definitely could be a possibility. It is a possibility, 100%. It also is a possibility that, again, this might be a different missile type. And again, this is footage of a missile that landed nearby the scene. We don't know if it's the same missile that hit the school or not. Again, it's still under investigation. We still don't have concrete information or proof here. This video, again, I can tell you, I definitely do see a protrusion there of some kind at the rear of the missile. And again, if you look at some of these missiles here, you do see, again, some protrusions on some of them. Let's take a look at the Tomahawk, though, real quick. Let's take a look at the Tomahawk. Give me 1 second. Which I believe is what? A BGM 109 Tomahawk? Yep. Let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at that real quick. These also do have fins. So the Tomahawks do also have rear fins. So keep that in mind. They do have rear fins. So this is a great image here. This image here shows the Tomahawk really well. All right. It does have some fins at the back. What they're talking about, though, is the protrusion past the fins. So you see the fins there, and then you see these protrusions past the fins. The BGM 109, it stops at the fins. You don't see, again, you don't see anything going past. The Tomahawk also has a very distinct, kind of like outcropping here. I'm not sure what exactly you'd call this. In fact, I could tell you. This is the engine inlet. So it has a very indistinct engine inlet vent here at the bottom of the missile. And if we go back and look at this footage here, again, it's really hard to see because of how grainy this is. But I can tell you, I don't see an inlet there. But what I do see, especially in this clip here, in this frame here, you can see fins. You can see fins going off to the side, and then you can also see, again, what looks to be some kind of protrusion past said fins. Now, is this just video artifacting? Are we seeing, again, just kind of some pixel mess here from this low-quality footage? Maybe. Maybe. Again, big maybe there. And again, we don't know enough, guys. We don't know enough to make a solid conclusion here. But anything is possible with this. Again, I'm just kind of showing you what I see and allowing you guys to come to your own conclusions here. Benny Hill says, which other nation is supplied with Tomahawks? There's a few, I believe, that have Tomahawks. Let me get an exact list here for you. So the United States is the primary user and manufacturer of the BGM 109 Tomahawk cruise missile. Other countries that currently operate or in process of acquiring Tomahawk missiles for their Navy ships and submarines include the United Kingdom, Australia, Japan, and the Netherlands, as well as a few others, I believe. I'm trying to find a good list here. And again, these photos, by the way, these photos taken, keep in mind here, guys, this is coming from the New York Times, which, again, not the biggest fan of the New York Times myself. This is also coming from Reuters and a few other news agencies as well, though. They're all reporting that these photos that were taken, not necessarily this video that I'm showing you on screen, but the photos of the parts from that Tomahawk, again, were taken by Iranian regime. They were taken by the IRGC and published online. So those photos were taken by Iran, all right? So keep that in mind. That does play into this as well. And again, I'm not trying to put down the fact here, or the possibility, I should say, that, yeah, this could very well be a U.S. Tomahawk, okay? But again, there are other possibilities that we have to take into account here. Of course, again, you know, you have to look at all possibilities in order to make a decision. LD429 says that would explain the explosion as well. Possibly, yeah. Yeah, as Curtis West says, no matter what it was, that was not a 1,000-pound explosion, which is the weirdest part. I agree, and that's one of the biggest things that as I went on my rant earlier. I'm sorry, guys, I went on my rant earlier with that one, but again, I've seen a million clips of Tomahawks impacting, and that is not a 1,000-pound warhead detonating right there. 100% that is not a BGM 109 full 1,000-pound detonation. Now, was that a Tomahawk that maybe malfunctioned and did not fully detonate upon impact? Maybe. I wouldn't say it's likely, but it's possible. Now, is it possible that this is not a Tomahawk that we're seeing, and that possibly we are seeing another missile, possibly one fielded by the Russians or by another country? Again, there are many missiles that have this body type here. And again, guys, this whole fucking situation plays right into the hands of this point that I've been making over and over and over again throughout the past few weeks of this reporting that I've been giving, is that the problem right now, and this goes back to what that person, I forgot what user in the live chat said this on like the first day or two of this war. A user made a comment in the live chat that really stuck with me. I might even have to put it on a t-shirt eventually. He said, the first casualty in war is truth. Okay? I feel like that's something that Gandhi would have said, or, you know what I mean? Some great monk or something would have said it at some point. You know what I mean? Or Sun Tzu. I'm not sure. Did Sun Tzu say that? Was that in The Art of War? I feel like that should have been in The Art of War. The first casualty in war is truth, all right? People see things. This goes right back to the cluster munition thing. And again, I'm talking about cluster munitions. I apologize for that. But this goes right back to the cluster munition thing, right? It's like people see things and they immediately run with them. And then it just spreads like wildfire without anybody doing their due diligence and actually looking into things. All right? Keep that in mind. All right? As you're seeing any news, whenever you see reports with text that's not clearly fact, it's just telling you of something without giving you clear data, right? Keep that in mind. You know, people see things and they come to assumptions and they run with them, and then they spread across social media like wildfire without any credibility, without any shred of evidence, like, you know, concrete evidence. Of course, we have evidence via video, right? Okay, video can be manufactured. Grainy video like this can be misinterpreted. Things can be misinterpreted, all right? So keep that in mind. Now, again, I want to reiterate here that I'm not downplaying that, yeah, there's a possibility here that this was a U.S. Tomahawk. There's a possibility here that the U.S. accidentally destroyed this school, you know, killing, 127 children in that strike. Was it 127? 175, sorry. 175 children here at that school. Again, possibility. Is it a possibility that this was a mistake made by the IRGC or intentional by the IRGC using a missile from another country? Again, one of these missiles that looked very similar to a Tomahawk. Is that possible? Yes, of course. There are many possibilities here. This is still under investigation. We might not know what happened here for weeks, if not months, if not years. Okay? Again, we've seen lots of stuff like this happen in Ukraine with the Russians and the Ukrainians. We had very similar situations like this occur. All right? We didn't know for months. There's some things that went down in Ukraine that we still don't have answers to 4 years later. Okay? So, again, keep that in mind, you know, and do your due diligence when it comes to things like this. You know, use your critical thinking. Don't come to assumptions too quickly. Again, I'm rambling again. Yeah, it's still, again, it's a tragedy either way. No matter what happened, it's a tragedy, right? Keep that in mind, you know? Follow the facts here. The facts is that, yeah, obviously it was a tragedy. A school has been hit. Many, many, many people lost their lives. Many kids lost their lives. That's a bad thing, right? But again, before just coming to assumptions about who did what happened, we need to do the research. We need to do the investigation. We need to look at the facts. We need to find the facts, first of all. Again, when you have one side putting out photos, you know what I mean? Could they be crafting a narrative? Could they be using this for propaganda? That is 100% a possibility. Keep that in mind. Kipcast says, per grok based on multiple expert analysis, the missile depicted in the video is a BG-109 Tomahawk. Yeah, again, and I have told people this as well. Anything that grok says, like, you can't count on grok for confirming anything. Do you know why? Is because grok's training data comes from all of the tweets. All right? So if grok sees, okay, so say if a user uploads a video, right? You know, and they're saying, oh, you know, this was a BGM-109 Tomahawk, okay? And there was no investigation, no due diligence. Again, all we see is a grainy, pixelated video of a missile that looks like a Tomahawk. And when, again, there are a million missiles that look like Tomahawks, as I'm showing you here, right? There are a million missiles that look like a Tomahawk, right? So when all those tweets, you know, start getting circulated, you know what I mean? Grok takes that into account in its training data. So when you ask grok about this video, all it's doing is it's going through those tweets. And it's looking at what people are saying, right? And then it's giving you that as an answer, all right? So again, definitely do not trust any AI models to give you any concrete evidence or information about what is going on here or about what we're seeing here. 100%. 100%. Yeah, and definitely not a 1,000-pound explosion. I reiterate that for the 1,000th time. Yeah, and grok analyzing video, especially 480p video, And again, like, say, here's another thing. Like, when you input a question like that into an AI model, right? Say if you hand an AI model a video like this, right? It's in 480p, right? And you ask it, is this a Tomahawk missile? You gotta look at the thinking process here of those AI models, right? That AI model is going to look at, it's going to go and look at pictures of Tomahawks. So it's gonna literally search up Tomahawk missile. It's going to look at that there, and then it's going to look at the rough pixel image, right? The pixel patterning of this video frame. It's going to look at that and say, oh, yeah, that lines up. Yeah, that lines up with a Tomahawk. And it's just going to go ahead and confirm your belief that that is a Tomahawk missile. AI has a really big habit of affirming belief, right? Okay? You know what I mean? Like, if you, like, say you go to ChatGPT and you're like, hey, is this a good idea? You give it a business plan for a business idea that's obviously not a good business idea, right? 9 times out of 10, 99.99% of the time, it's going to be like, this is a great idea for a business. You should do this. You know what I mean? You should do this. You should 100% do this. This is how you could do it. This is how I could help you. All this stuff. It has a habit of reaffirming things for people. Reaffirming people's own beliefs and own delusions, right? It's a very, very, very dangerous thing, all right? We've seen that firsthand on many occasions, all right? You definitely cannot trust AI in any way to, again, from a 480p image like this, and any of the other grainy images and videos we've had of this exact incident here, you cannot take that footage, right, and you can't feed that into an AI model and expect it to realistically piece together that is a Tomahawk land attack missile, right? Yeah, and I know there are, what's the word I'm looking for here? Upscaling algorithms and stuff like that. But again, you go into an algorithm and you ask it, is this a Tomahawk? The first thing it's going to do is compare it to images of a Tomahawk. It's not going to do the due diligence to look at every single missile type on the planet by different names, right? And look at all of their different, again, body styles. And again, I reiterate, some of these missiles look identical to a Tomahawk missile. Almost identical. I mean, look at this here. That looks almost identical to a Tomahawk. This as well, right? Miss Tiger Eye says this is a prime example of InfoWars that all sides do. Exactly. All sides use propaganda. All sides use information warfare. Again, it's just as much of a tool as a Tomahawk. Information warfare is just as much of a weapon, right, as those Tomahawk land attack cruise missiles. Urkel Grew says this is today's cluster bomb rant. Yeah. This is how it goes. Kipcast says, yeah, I don't think Grok went by the video. Yeah, again, Grok, I don't got nothing against Grok, all right? Those AI tools can be useful for stuff, all right? 100% they do have use. But when it comes to clarifying things and confirming, especially like you always see people ask Grok in the comments, right? Like, hey Grok, can you confirm this? That is not a reliable way to confirm anything. Because again, what is it going off of? Okay, so Grok's primary source of training data is Twitter itself. And what do you see on Twitter, guys? What is one of the biggest things we see on Twitter constantly? Misinformation, propaganda, we see AI fakery, we see all sorts of stuff on Twitter, right? Bad stuff. I would say a good 50% of Twitter's volume, that volume of training data, is false information. All right? Red King says Grok knows because it made it. %. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, again, this is today's cluster bomb rant. I apologize. I apologize, but again, I like when we get on these tangents here. These tangents, again, kind of go down into some of the deeper analysis. I think it's productive. Again, my biggest thing here is, again, trying to teach you guys, again, just to think more critically. Don't believe anything from any side. Simply look at the data. Look at the evidence, look at the data. Do your own investigation if that's possible. Yeah, like how all day yesterday, the past few streams, I'm yelling, this is not a cluster bomb. This is not a Tomahawk. You know, some people, you know, could argue, you know, me saying, you know, it wasn't a cluster bomb, you know, is saying, you know, like is kind of like a pro-Iranian thing to say. But then on the other hand, I'm saying this is not a Tomahawk, which would be a, you know, a pro-U.S. thing to say, right? And so I imagine a lot of people trying to decipher, you know, my narrative here, which again is non-existent. But for those that think that there is a narrative here to these streams, or a bias in any way, would probably be very, very confused again when watching these streams. Because again, there is no bias here. There's no narrative. I'm literally I'm looking at the data, the raw data, the raw images that we have, and again showing you guys just to kind of, you got to think for yourself when you see this stuff. You got to think for yourself. You got to look at what's in front of you and do your research. 100%. Gazigar, don't worry, we're moving on. Can we check the Lebanon live cam? Yes, we can do that. We can 100% do that. This is live out of Beirut at the moment. Hold on, I got another one as well, which seems to have gone offline, actually. 1 second here. Let me see if I can get... another Lebanon feed. I believe we do have another one. Give me one moment. Oh, no, it did go offline. So our second camera out of Lebanon went down. So we currently only have this one here. This is the only one that's up. We do have Tel Aviv. We got Tel Aviv. We got Jerusalem. Oh, these need to be updated, though. 1 second. Okay, that's updated. 24 minutes ago, we had a confrontation alert. Again, that's Shalomi, which I believe is northern Israel. Yep, that's northern Israel there. Benny Hill, thank you so much for the super chat. Highly appreciate it. Says beer/coffee. Yeah, we could definitely use some beer/coffee. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I was extremely tired before I started this stream tonight. I've had one hell of a day, and I was like, I mean, between video editing and some of the research I was doing today and some of the other stuff I had going on today, I was exhausted. And on the way back over to the studio here, I was like, I got to get a coffee. I stopped. I don't really drink coffee very often. I stopped and got a coffee, slugged that thing down, and a couple hours later, here we are ranting about tomahawks and cluster munitions. They're hiding Lebanon, they say. They're hiding Lebanon. Gary says Tomahawk missiles come into the target at 20 to 30 degrees, not 70 like that one did. A normal Tomahawk would not have came in that way. That's possible as well. Yeah, I mean, they do usually come in more horizontal, don't they? But again, yeah, we're still going on about Tomahawk. The Becca says, thank you so much for going live. I appreciate you, Becca. Thank you so much. I needed an emotional support live stream, she says. I'm glad to be here, offering the emotional support. 100%. 100%. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. The first hour or two of this stream, I was absolutely dead. But you guys got me fired up with this. You guys got me fired up with this topic here. All right, we got a video posted by Wes over in the Situation Room. Big shout out to Wes here. This is sailors on a passing ship in the Arabian Sea fire up a barbecue while watching the USS Abraham Lincoln launch and recover strike aircraft. This is one hell of a barbecue, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on, I'm going to keep the music. That's some copyrighted content there. We got to mute that. But, I mean, this would be one hell of a barbecue, sitting there and just watching strike aircraft take off on sorties while you're barbecuing up some, what seems to be some whole chickens. Yeah, it looks like whole chicken there. Some rotisserie action. Yeah, actually, as Keisler said, Keisler makes a good point there. I did show you guys some footage earlier of some of those Tomahawk missiles, and they were coming in at a pretty steep angle, weren't they? No, you're right on that. You're right on that. In fact, actually, again, we're still stuck on the Tomahawk. Still stuck on the Tomahawk thing here, but, yeah, this is coming in at a pretty steep angle. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, again, sorry to reiterate here again, but Don't worry, we'll move on. We'll move on. But I just wanted to show you this video here. Yeah, that is coming in at a pretty steep angle for sure. Possibly not as steep. Possibly not as steep as this. That is a pretty steep angle, but again, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell with the camera angle what exactly the angle of attack for that is. But again, we'll move on. We'll move on. I've had enough of that one. Yeah, pretty interesting footage. Again, Wes, thank you for sending that over. Just sitting there having a barbecue. Pretty cool. One second here. Yeah, Benny Hill, again, thank you so much for that super chat, man. I highly appreciate it. Highly, highly appreciated. Yeah, you know what's funny? I haven't seen Streamlabs in the chat, actually, so far this stream, I don't think. I don't think I saw Streamlabs. Oh, nope, there it is. Yeah, it's in there. It's in there. It dropped the Discord link a while back. All right, we're going to continue. Oh, excuse me. We're going to continue going through our open source intelligence posts from our feed on x.com/Nemico Network. Highly recommend you go and drop us a follow over there. What do we got here? We have some footage. Actually, it's coming from this video here. This is an Iranian attack drone hitting Erbil Observatory on top of Mount Karek tonight. Let's take a look at this video here. And then we had some geolocation for this as well. So this is that observatory here. Yeah, don't mind the skewed Google Maps imagery here, but there's a picture of that. Again, that observatory was hit in Erbil. Again, that's in Iraq. All right, so now we're getting to that press conference tonight. These are, I kind of highlighted some of the comments that were made during that press conference in order to avoid having to show you guys the entire thing. Give me one moment here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm getting some messages here. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. 1 second here. So yeah, I kind of wanted to, again, like avoid having to show you guys the entire press conference, because I think that would be a little, a little less than productive here. So instead, what we did is we snipped out the most important kind of tidbits from that press release, and I'm going to show those to you guys now. Starting this one, again, this is a reporter asking Trump a few questions here about the new Iranian supreme leader and what he had to say about that. Let's take a listen.
You have called him an unacceptable choice. So does he have a target on his back? And how can you say
I don't want to say whether or not he does, because that would be
Kipcast says, dressed in red to get noticed. Yeah, that reporter definitely has the strategy there. Wearing the bright red, bright pink there. And definitely immediately got her noticed, so she could get that question out to the president. All right, let's take a listen. Let's take a listen.
You have called him an unacceptable choice. So does he have a target on his back? And how can you say
I don't want to say whether or not he does, because that would be inappropriate. But hey, look, I had a target on my back because, as you people wrote pretty well, they caught the assassin that was after me. So we just got them first, but they caught the assassin. They have him now in custody that was after me.
Charles Darwin asks, why was Trump almost saying mission successful today? I feel like this is going to go on for a while longer. Yes, and again, I've said that over a couple times over this stream tonight. But yes, again, those comments were directed at. Again, this is. I know there's a lot of you in the stream that have already heard me say this 10 times tonight. This is for the people that are just joining us. Again, this is why he said that. See this? You see this here? You see the curve downward, the trend downward of our oil prices? This is the oil prices last night. This is the oil prices after he gave that news conference. He dropped those prices down, all right? Again, this is aimed at mitigating. Those statements were aimed at mitigating the volatility in the oil market.
So
you have called him an
Let's listen one more time.
choice. So does he have a target on his back, and how can you say
I don't want to say whether or not he does because that would be inappropriate. But hey, look, I had a target on my back because, as you people wrote pretty well, they caught the assassin that was after me. So we just got them first, but they caught the assassin. They have him now in custody that was after me. So
you have called him an unacceptable choice. So does he have a target on his back, and how can you say
I don't want to.
All right. Here's another one here. Here's another statement here.
In recent years, the regime and its terror proxies have launched attacks on hundreds of commercial vessels. We're putting an end to all of this threat once and for all, and the result will be lower oil prices, oil and gas prices for American families. We've done that. We've done it. We brought it very low. This was just an excursion into something that had to be done. In recent years, the regime...
And here is another one.
President, you promised the Iranian people you would help them, but it sounds like you're willing to end this fight. President, you promised the Iranian people you would help them, but it sounds like you're willing to end this fight after your military objectives have wrapped up. Isn't that a betrayal of the people?
Will I help them? I'd like to, if they can behave. But they've been very menacing. You know, they're great people. They have an amazing population. It's amazing.
Trying to appeal to the Iranian people.
Smart, brilliant, energetic. They have a great... I'd love to help them, but they have to be in a system that allows them to be helped.
President, you promised the Iranian...
7 hours ago, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says dialogue with the United States is no longer likely to remain on Iran's agenda. Again, they are likely not to continue dialogue with the United States. Another statement here by President Trump. Let's take a listen.
You have to take him out. Does he have a target on his back?
You mean the new supreme leader? You mean the son?
How can there be an Iran?
Well,
with
I don't
Ayatollah?
want to say that, but you know, I was disappointed because we think it's going to lead to just more of the same problem for the country. So I was disappointed to see their choice.
You have.
Okay. Oh, by the way, there was a magnitude 6 earthquake that struck Italy earlier. Again, a little off topic, but was worth mentioning.
No, I don't want to brag, but you know, they've said this about a lot of things. No other president could do some of this shit I'm doing. No other president.
Photo of the latest soldier to be killed. Again, we watched his casket being carried there at Dover earlier this evening. This is Sergeant Benjamin N. Pennington, 26 years of age. Again, he was in the 1st Space Battalion, 1st Space Brigade out of Fort Carson, Colorado. Pennington was from Glendale, Kentucky. Again, only 26 years old. Again, lost his life in those strikes that occurred on the 1st of March. He actually was in a hospital in a critical condition and lost his life days later as a result, again, of that attack. That was the same attack that killed those other 6 service members. 7 hours ago, open source data suggests that there are at least 8 B-1 bombers at or en route to RAF Fairford in the UK. And you can see an image there of one of those B-1 bombers. Some other statements here by President Trump. This is regarding the Strait of Hormuz.
About the strait, you mean? Yeah, well, I want to keep it open. I want to keep it good. You know, it doesn't pertain to us so much as it does to China. We're really helping China here and other countries because they get a lot of their energy from the straits. But hey, look, we have a good relationship with China. It's my honor to do it.
So this is weird. So this is weird. This is weird. This is weird. All right. All of a sudden, he's saying we have a good relationship with China. He's saying, I'm glad to do this for China. I'm doing them a favor. You saw the post on Truth Social that I showed you earlier. He says, I'm glad to be doing a favor. It's a favor I'm doing for China. I've seen this wording over the past day or two here. Again, bringing up China in a positive light. He's really not done that. He has not done that very often. Again, he has always shown a great degree of distaste for the Chinese government and their policies, right? Again, the tariffs. We've all seen, reports about the tariff wars that have been happening over the past year or two here with China. He's been anything but friendly with China, or even towards China in his speaking, right? Anytime he gives an address and talks about China, he talks about them in usually a negative light. And it's interesting here that he's speaking of them so positively.
About the strait, you mean? Yeah, well, I want to keep it open. I want to keep it good. It doesn't pertain to us so much as it does to China. We're really helping China here and other countries because they get a lot of their energy from the straits. But, hey, look, we have a good relationship with China. It's my honor to do it. Yeah. About
another statement here. Again, this is referring to that school, okay, and to that quote unquote Tomahawk. Again, I'm trying not to get on another tangent here about Tomahawk cruise missiles, but we're gonna listen to this statement here. Take a listen.
Please go ahead.
Oh wait, 1 second here. One second.
Please go ahead.
Mr. President, you just suggested that Iran somehow got its hands on a Tomahawk and bombed its own elementary school on the first day of the war. But you're the only person in your government saying this. Even your defense secretary wouldn't say that when he was asked, standing over your shoulder on your plane on Saturday. Why are you the only person saying this?
Because I just don't know enough about it. I think it's something that I was told is under investigation. But Tomahawks are used by others, as you know. Numerous other nations have Tomahawks. They buy them from us. But I will certainly, whatever the report shows, I'm willing to live with that report. Yeah, please. Please go ahead.
Justin, the Syrian army says Hezbollah fired artillery from Lebanese territory at its positions near the border town of Serjaya. According to Sana, Syrian forces also detected Hezbollah reinforcements moving into the border area and say the situation is under assessment. So again, Hezbollah acting on Syrian army elements there in that border region, again operating from Lebanese territory. Another statement here by the president. Let's take a look.
Today there have been 8 U.S. military fatalities associated with the war in Iran. How many American deaths are you willing to have in this war?
Well, as I said before, when you have conflicts like this, you always have death. And I was at Dover yesterday. I met the parents, and they were unbelievable people. They were unbelievable people, but they all had one thing in common. They said to me one thing, every single one: finish the job, sir. Please finish the job. And I'll leave you at that. Thank you very much, everybody.
Trump said Washington could declare success against Iran now, but plans to go further.
Navy, they have no Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. It's all been blown up. They have no radar. They have no telecommunications. And they have no leadership. It's all gone. So, you could look at that statement. We could call it a tremendous success right now as we leave here. I could call it, or we could go further. And we're going to go further. But the big risk on that war has been over for 3 days. We wiped them out. Navy, they have no Air Force. They have no...
I showed you this earlier. Again, this is the statistics from CENTCOM, so I won't go through that again. Again, here is another clip here. Again, this is talking about kind of some disagreements that the president has had with his vice president, J.D. Vance. Let's take a listen.
this action after Iran?
I don't think so, no. No, we get along very well on...
I'm hearing some noises out of Beirut. Thought I heard a jet there for a second. We'll keep an eye on it.
On this. He was, I would say, philosophically a little bit different than me. I think he was maybe less enthusiastic about going, but he was quite enthusiastic. But I felt it was something we had to do. I didn't feel we had a choice.
And another statement here again. Reporter asking Trump, Mr. President, on Iran, you called it an excursion. You said it would be over soon. Are you thinking this week it will be over? Let's hear what he had to say.
Thank you, Mr. President. On Iran, you called it an excursion. You said it would be over soon. Are you thinking this week it will be over?
No,
Are you talking
but soon.
about days?
I think soon.
Okay, and with respect
Very
to...
soon. Look, everything they have is gone, including their leadership. In fact, there are two levels of leadership, and even actually, as it turns out, more than that. But two levels of leadership are gone. Most people have never even heard about the leaders that they're talking about. So it's obviously been very, very powerful, very effective.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Again, I showed you this earlier again. French President Emmanuel Macron, again, talking to those sailors on the French aircraft carrier, Charles de Gaulle, earlier today. Here's another statement here, again, from President Trump.
We're achieving major strides toward completing our military objective. And some people could say they're pretty well complete. We've wiped every single force in Iran out very completely. Most of Iran's naval power has been sunk. It's on the bottom of the sea. It's almost 50 ships. I was just notified it's 51 ships. I didn't know they had that many. Didn't last very long. And these are fighting vessels. They're meant to fight, but they're not meant to fight against us. We continue to target Iran's drone and missile capabilities. Their drones are way down. Their drone manufacturing's been hit starting today. We know all of the places they manufacture the drones, and they're being hit one after another. Their missile capability is down to about 10%, maybe less. We're also hitting where they make missiles and where they deliver missiles. We've struck over 5,000 targets to date, some of them very major targets, and we've left some of the most important targets for later in case we need to do it. If we hit them, it's going to take many years for them to be rebuilt, having to do with electricity production and many other things. So we're not looking to do that if we don't have to. But they're the kind...
On Iran, you called it an excursion.
Kind of thing.
Right there. I've said this a couple times over the past few nights in streams, but again, a next major step here for the U.S. would be to attack Iran's energy infrastructure, things like their electrical grid, desalination plants, again, water purification, stuff like water waste treatment facilities, things like gas, natural gas pipelines, natural gas facilities or storage. Again, their oil, and we've already been striking some of their oil infrastructure a little bit, not that much. But yeah, things like energy grid, striking more of their telecommunication hubs, more of their substations. Again, crippling Iran's utility grid, so to speak, right? That would be the next major step here for the U.S. to take, and he's talking about it right there. Let's listen to exactly what he said there.
We're also hitting where they make missiles and where they deliver missiles. We've struck over 5,000 targets to date, some of them very major targets, and we've left some of the most important targets for later in case we need to do it. If we hit them, it's going to take many years for them to be rebuilt.
Right here. Listen to what he's saying.
Having to do with electricity production and many other things, so we're not looking to do that if we don't have to. But they're the kind of things that are very easy to hit, but very devastating if they are hit. We are waiting to see what happens before we hit them. We could take them all out in one day, but it's all resulting in a 90% decline.
If you notice, there's a lot of places in Tehran a lot of video clips coming out of Iran in general, I should say, you still notice there's still electricity on, right? There's still power, all right? In last night's stream, we showed some clips of protests and things that were happening, or, they had like some prayer gatherings that were happening in Tehran. There's still electricity, right? The U.S. has not directly struck a lot of their electrical grid. For them, I mean, there are some military communication network stuff that they have taken out, but a lot of the civilian communications hubs and stuff like that, and like telecommunications, internet, like data centers, stuff like that, right? A lot of those have been avoided, right? They haven't struck those, but they could very, very easily destroy those targets, and they have waited to do that. That would be, again, another major step up for the United States, again, to go in and to do that. And yeah, no doubt they could take out most of those targets very quickly. Most of those targets they're not hardened targets, right? They're not bunkers. They're not, deep inside mountains, right? Things like electrical substations, things like hydroelectric plants, things like, coal-burning power plants, infrastructure like that, right? It could be very easily targeted and taken out very quickly, right? Which would cripple Iran arguably on a whole nother level than they've been crippled already. It wouldn't just be affecting the military, it would affect the entire country, again, which would definitely be a devastating blow to the IRGC. It might even ramp up pressure on the IRGC from, again, the Iranian people. You could argue that. It might also cast the U.S. in a bad light in the eyes of the Iranian people as well. Okay, it could go both ways. But either way, it would definitely put a lot more pressure on Iran, on the IRGC. It would definitely make things very difficult for them if they did do that. And again, you could see clearly that they have avoided doing that. They have avoided targeting, again, those utility grids, a lot of those civilian-based communication networks. Again, the reason the internet is down in Iran, for the most part, is because Iran has turned off their internet. They have again shut down most of their telecommunications networks. There has been some U.S. cyber operations and electronic warfare operations within Iran that have targeted some of those things, but they're mostly been focused on military command and control networks, military communications networks, stuff like that, right? But again, they could take out civilian-based stuff. They could take out the utility grids. They could take out, as I said, more of those desalination plants for water in Iran. Things like waste treatment, things like, gas and oil. That's another big one as well. Again, that would be a huge step up, a huge escalation here, again, from the U.S., and would definitely, most likely, change things. And what I'm assessing here, again, my assessment is that if we see Iran striking more of the oil and energy infrastructure in those Gulf nations in the coming days, this could be definitely something that's on the table for the U.S. that they might deploy, right? They might, again, engage that utility infrastructure within Iran.
And various things, but in particular, Iranian missile launchers, and 83% drop in drone launchers, as you know.
Yeah, and speaking more to like those desalination plants and like water treatment and stuff like that, as Treasurer Please says, taking out the water system for 10 million people in a country like Iran is definitely not going to endear Iranians to America. That'll definitely, again, that might be why they haven't done this yet. That might be why they haven't taken out the electrical grid yet as well, is because, again, they're trying to spare the Iranian people. They want the Iranian people to rise up against the IRGC. If they see that that's not going to happen, though, if they see that, that possibility isn't going to come to fruition for them, they might go this route.
The drone launchers are pretty well shot, but we're at over 90% decline in the Iranian missile launchers, which is very hard to reproduce and very hard to get. And usually what we were able to do through great equipment, a lot of smart people, as soon as they sent a missile up from a launcher, we were able to knock out that launcher within a period of 5 minutes or less.
Yeah, so those early warning aircraft, right, that they have flying over the region, they detect those missile launches, and when they do, they can see where that missile launch originated, and usually very quickly they can get eyes on, they can acquire that target, and they can take out that missile launcher very quickly. That's been the whole game of cat and mouse, the whole hunter-killer aspect here of these, airborne operations over Iran, again, have been based on that. They get that intelligence, they get that reconnaissance, that shows, okay, we detected missile launch from this location. They go in with aircraft. They get eyes on from those coordinates. And then they strike those mobile missile launchers again within the matter of sometimes an hour or a few hours. They've taken out that missile launch capability wherever they launch from. From reports I read today from some other intel analysts, is that Iran has kind of started, what they've done is they've started sheltering a lot of those mobile missile launcher units. I showed you videos earlier of them putting them under, hiding them under overpasses and, you know what I mean, in parking garages, in, in some of those mountain bunkers and stuff like that. They'll pull them into there, and then they'll pull out, they'll launch missiles, and then they'll hide them immediately again. That's kind of been the new strategy the Iranians are utilizing more and more here. Is they pop out, they fire some missiles, and then they immediately hide those mobile launchers again. A lot of their ground-based launch capability has been taken out. A lot of the statically, the emplaced launcher capability within the country has been taken out, but they still have a few of those mobile launch platforms. Again, it's basically just trucks, again, with launcher tubes on them that can launch those ballistic missiles. They can pull those out, fire missiles off, and then quickly hide those again. And then the U.S. has to go in and kind of snoop around for them and find them. And then, of course, you've seen that footage from CENTCOM earlier that I was showing you of the Iranians hiding them under things like, as I said, overpasses, under highways, under bridges, in parking garages, all sorts of different types of structures. That they're trying to, again, kind of in place in defilade, so to speak. They go into defilade, they pop out, they fire, they go back in, so they can kind of stay out of sight, so to speak.
Accurately right on the noggin. So now we have low-cost interceptors effectively combating Iranian drones, and our B-2 bombers recently dropped dozens of 2,000-pound bombs to destroy missile launchers all over Iran and buried deep under Iranian soil in many cases. The soil was no match. And we're also annihilating the manufacturing base that the regime uses to build drones and missiles at a rate that nobody thought was possible. We're knocking them out. We know where they all are. We're knocking them out very quickly.
All right, so there you have it. This is 8 hours ago. Ministry of the Interior says this is Bahrain, by the way. In a preliminary count, one person died and others were injured as a result of a blatant Iranian attack targeting a residential building in Manama. So again, guys, just a reminder here, they are still targeting residential targets in these Gulf nations. They have not stopped, again, targeting residential locations, civilian locations. Bahrain's government says an Iranian attack drone hit a residential building in Manama tonight, killing one and injuring others. Another statement here about oil prices from the president. Let's take a listen.
Excursion that a lot of people wouldn't have done. I knew oil prices would go up if I did this, and they've gone up probably less than I thought they'd go up. Excursion that a lot of people wouldn't have done. I knew oil prices would go up if I did this, and they've gone up probably less than I thought they'd go up. Excursion that a lot of people wouldn't have done. I knew oil prices would go up if I did this, and they've gone up probably less than I thought they'd go up. Excursion that a lot of people wouldn't have done. I knew oil prices would go up if I did this, and they've gone up probably less than I thought they'd go up. Excursion that a lot of people wouldn't have done. I knew oil prices would go up if I did this, and they've gone up probably less than I thought they'd go up. Excursion that a lot of people wouldn't have done. I knew oil prices would go up if I did this, and they've gone up probably less than I thought they'd go up. Excursion that a lot of people wouldn't have done.
Another statement here.
Fury, we're also focused on keeping energy and oil flowing to the world, and I will not allow a terrorist regime to hold the world hostage and attempt to stop the globe's oil supply. And if Iran does anything to do that, they'll get hit at a much, much harder level. I will take out those targets that were easy and that I mentioned just before. We'll take them out so quick.
Yeah, sorry guys, I got distracted there. Somebody sent me a message. My bad. Yeah, we had that clip play like 4 times. My bad.
They'll never be able to recover ever. If they want to play that game, they better.
Digit says the best loop, like no loop seen before.
Better not play that game. In the long run, oil supplies will be dramatically more secure without the threat of Iranian ships, drones, missiles, nuclear menace, or anything. So the Strait of Hormuz is going to remain safe. We have a lot of Navy ships there. We have the best equipment in the world, inspecting for mines. Again, most of their ships are down at the bottom of the sea, but we will hit them so hard that it will not be possible for them or anybody else helping them to ever recover that section of the world.
Another statement here as well.
Sunk, it's on the bottom of the sea. Our power has been sunk, it's on the bottom of the sea. Sunk, it's on the bottom of the sea. It's almost 50 ships. I was just notified it's 51 ships. I didn't know they had that many. Didn't last very long.
Krieger says a random helicopter off the coast of Israel. Let's take a look at that real quick. Yes, indeed. Sikorsky. Sikorsky S-76. Private owner. Keep an eye on that one, Krieger. Keep an eye on that one. We're going to continue moving through here. This is coming from Iran's foreign minister. We did not prevent ships from sailing in the Strait of Hormuz. They haven't. They have attacked a few. They haven't physically, but they've scared the. And I imagine Iran knew this, right? That they wouldn't need to physically mine the strait or physically block it with ships. They don't need to do that. They just need to create the premise that the strait is under threat, right? And those insurance companies would again not insure those vessels through the strait. Give me one moment here, ladies and gentlemen. This is a comment that was made today, again, about his call with the Russian President, Vladimir Putin.
Do you approve of Iran's new supreme leader? And secondly, can you tell us more about your call with Russian President Vladimir Putin today?
Yes.
What did you discuss?
Yes, I had a very good call with President.
Again, we're almost done with the Trump statements here, guys. I know it's a bit much, but we got to get through them. We're getting past them here. I believe this was actually one of the last Okay, we'll highlight the important ones. We'll highlight the important ones. But let's listen to this one about the Russian president here.
Do you approve of Iran's new supreme leader? And secondly, can you tell us more about your call with Russian President Vladimir Putin today?
Yes.
What did you discuss?
Yes, I had a very good call with President Putin. We had a lot of people on the line from our side, from his side. We were talking about Ukraine, which is just a never-ending fight. And look, there's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky. They can't seem to get it together. But I think it was a positive call on that subject. And we obviously talked then about the Middle East. And he wants to be helpful. I said, you could be more helpful by getting the Ukraine-Russia war over with. That would be more helpful.
All right, we'll end off the Trump remarks there. Again, I think we got the most important tidbits. There's another helicopter up in Turkey. This is coming from Krieger. Let's take a look here. Yeah, right here. Again, this is the Turkish Ministry of Health. We've got a Bayraktar. Yep, Bayraktar up in the air. Let me see here. Do we got... doesn't look like NATO... Another Bayraktar. NATO 09, not up in the air. At least I don't believe it is currently. Some civilian flights coming in as well. Oh, here we got one tanker up. I mean, obviously there's many tankers up operating in this airspace here right now, but that's one of the only ones we can see at the moment. Hezbollah right now, 8 hours ago. Those are some alerts that had came in there. Yeah, we'll skip that. We'll skip that. This is footage earlier. This was actually... excuse me. Sorry. This footage here, very interesting. This is actually over the UAE. This is on a beach there. And again, this is footage of a Shahed 136 being engaged by a UAE Air Force F-16E. Let's take a look.
लाइव ड्रोन आया एक फट गया
So that's the drone there, obviously, right?
नहीं इंटरसेप्ट हुआ है
And then you got
ये वाला नहीं इंटरसेप्ट हुआ ये जा रहा है अभी भी आगे और जो
in a second here you see that F-16 coming in hot.
नहीं ये प्लेन है ये प्लेन है ये प्लेन है ये प्लेन है ये प्लेन
So actually, at the end of that clip, you can actually hear the explosion off in the distance very, very briefly. Right there, right at the end of the clip, you can hear it. There was an extended version of this clip that I saw earlier where you could hear that report more clearly. But yeah, that missile did impact that Shahed. It was a successful interception. Again, more Trump news briefing. More Trump news briefing. Oh, here, there was a statement made on sleeper cells. 8 hours ago, Trump says, very much on top of tracking if Iran has activated sleeper cells. Again, that comes after there was reports today that the U.S. has intercepted some encrypted communications coming out of Iran. Again, they were encrypted communications, and they were, again, suspected that they were basically guidance that was being given to some of those Iranian actors, those Iranian sleeper cell operatives, I guess you could say, that may be located in the United States or abroad. Again, more statements, a lot of statements. Iran's military heavy fire will continue to rain down on aggressors. That's coming from the IRGC there. And again, apologize again, just the sheer amount of Trump statements there. If you guys want to go watch all of these, they are on the X feed. That's x.com/Nemico Network. You can also, I believe there is a full copy of this interview. You can find that over on, I believe it's a White House YouTube channel. You could just Google this press conference from today, and you could probably find the full version if you want to go listen to the whole thing. 9 hours ago, according to a release from the secure messenger app Signal, a widespread targeted phishing campaign took place that also resulted in the account takeovers of a number of government officials and journalists, per the release from Signal. So, Signal, for those that aren't aware, is used very heavily in the military and in the government. Almost all branches use Signal at all levels. I mean, my unit uses Signal. I mean, almost all of the U.S. Army uses Signal. I mean, one of the first things, like when you get to your unit, is you get added to the Signal chats for like your platoon or your unit, whatever it may be. And again, we've seen a lot of this actually over the past few months here. There's been a lot of warnings put out in internal channels, saying just keep an eye out for these phishing attempts. Our adversaries know that we use Signal, and they are actively trying to exploit that. They're actively trying to, again, gain access to things like those secure chats. I know, like earlier this year, there was some Signal leaks that happened in the White House that again went pretty viral there on mainstream media, on mainstream news. They were talking about that. again, there's definitely some vulnerabilities there with this platform, again, when it pertains to things like phishing attacks, especially. Mainly phishing attacks. I mean, you get all sorts of crazy phishing attacks, in things like email, on social media and stuff like that. Signal is also vulnerable to those types of attacks, social engineering attacks. Creator says that helicopter is also operated by La Hawk Aviation. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, that's not the first time we've heard that name over the past few days. All right, more statements here. Trump says he's disappointed in the election of the new Ayatollah. Again, more statements, more statements. IRGC heavy fire will continue to rain down aggressors. Again, I just read that like 2 minutes ago. I don't know why that was double posted. Ballistic missiles in northern Israel 9 hours ago. Those were intercepted. This is reports from Iran described as strikes as the most intense so far. This is that footage I showed you guys earlier tonight of that really bright. I believe this was like fuel or like oil, something like that had been struck there. Again, created a very bright fireball, lit up the entire sky. Top Cat says I'm pre-signal more of ARPANET. Hell yeah. Yeah, we should bring back ARPANET. We should get rid of the entire internet. We could bring back ARPANET. We'll go completely analog with these Nemico live streams. I'll bring them to you guys in an analog format. You guys will have to get out the bunny ears and tune in live with your CRT televisions. Trump says strikes have begun targeting Iran's drone manufacturing. Again, they've already been targeting some of their drone manufacturing, but they've increased attacks over the past day or so here. That's kind of what they're referencing to. I showed you some footage earlier of some of those warehouse buildings, some of those factory buildings where they're building some of the components for those drones. There was an optics plant. I believe that was near Isfahan. I could be mistaken, but again, that was struck yesterday, late yesterday, early today. Again, it was believed that possibly some of those optics that are designed at that plant go into some of these drones that they're talking about. But yeah, they're targeting more and more of their manufacturing. I showed you some of these videos earlier. Some people asked about like what the blue flash meant, or like what do they talk about when they say a blue flash? This is that blue flash here, and what that is. Again, this is again. And we've seen this a lot in Ukraine as well, and I've showed you a few clips out of Iran so far. This is when you hit like an electrical substation or like some kind of conduit or transformers, you often will get an arc flash. It creates a very blue, very bright flash. Again, it says here additional U.S.-Israeli airstrikes are being reported against Iran. However, recent footage looks more akin to a transformer explosion than an airstrike. Not indicative that strikes are ongoing, but just that below footage. Again, well, so here to reiterate. When an explosion, when a strike hits one of those substations, oftentimes there will be an arc flash alongside it. So you might get, an initial flash from an explosion, right? So right there, you can kind of see an oranger flash there, right? For a second, it kind of does get a little orange, and then you see mostly blue, right? And you do, at the end, you see a little bit of orange as well, right? So again, there could have been a strike there. It hit maybe possibly an electrical substation, again, or a transformer or something like that, right? And again, it creates that very bright arc flash that you see. Again, that's called an arc flash, and that's what that light is. Again, we've seen that many, many times in strikes in Ukraine. We saw that when Russia was targeting the Ukrainian power grid. We witnessed it on live cameras during these exact live streams that you're watching now, all those years ago. Again, we witnessed that many, many times. In fact, just the other night, there was an Iranian attack. I believe it was in Dubai or the UAE. That hit next to a hotel, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm pretty sure they hit a power pole or an electric conduit box, and it created an arc flash. And we got a similar blue flash to what you're seeing here, except that clip was much closer from that one. Again, same clip as we saw earlier. Again, very bright there. A lot of this is cross-posted from different open source intelligence sources across the web here. 9 hours ago, U.S. military says over 5,000 Iranian targets have been hit. IDF says over 3,400 targets have been hit. We are talking about approximately 840 IRGC different targets every day. More Trump statements, same video. Trump statement, Trump statement, Trump statement. Again, same video. Not relevant to this stream. Same one there. Again, if you do see cross-posting, and I'm working on mitigating this right now, guys. Again, our feed does aggregate from a bunch of different sources, so sometimes we get some cross-posting. Again, I'm working on a new API call in the bot that's going to kind of fix a lot of that cross-posting issue, but it's kind of hard because sometimes the posts have different text along with it, so I'm trying to figure out, do we look at, how do I identify, duplicates? Because sometimes you'll get the same video, but it'll have different information that is relevant. You know what I mean? So again, it's all about trying to figure out a good middle ground there for eliminating that cross-posting. But we're working on that actively. 9 hours ago, additional U.S.-Israeli airstrikes now reported in Karaj, Iran. Strikes targeted oil infrastructure in and around Karaj yesterday, and these are likely follow-on strikes. At 1:05 Tuesday morning, power was cut off in areas east of South Tehran. Again, arc flash, electrical substation. Keep that in mind. Trump statement. This IDF taking care of business in Karaj, Iran. I have no idea what it is, but I know it's big, and I know it's really not something good. So, hey, right here. Okay? Boom. Flashes. Strikes, right? Bombs. Those are obviously bombs dropping. Hold on. Let me zoom the video up. All right? Look, those are bombs dropping there, right? Bombs. And then arc flash. Bombs. Arc flash. Bombs. Arc flash. One more time. Bombs. Arc flash. And actually, you can see in those initial strikes, you do see a little bit of blue right there. See that? See that little bit of blue? Again, they're most likely hitting an electrical substation. Again, some major grid infrastructure target, again, was hit there. More statements from the president. All right, here, Iran. Explosions and strikes were heard in Karaj and Tehran around 0:15 local time, with residents reporting unusual blasts and flashes that lit up the night sky like daylight. Arc flash. Kipcast says, imagine troubleshooting that. Yeah, 100%. You guys talk about AOL here. Yeah, we could do a LAN party. Imagine a Nemico OSINT LAN party. So this is some good news that came out earlier. Australia has granted asylum to 5 members of the Iranian women's football team. I know a lot of people were concerned about this situation yesterday. More statements. Same video. Statement. This is Polymarket. I know some of you were talking about Polymarket earlier. This is a post from Polymarket. Will Mojtaba Khamenei be head of state in Iran at the end of 2026? People are giving it about a 32% chance. Again, traders on Polymarket appear less confident that Mojtaba Khamenei, son of Ayatollah, the original supreme leader again that died, will still be the de facto leader of Iran by the end of 2026. Statement. He's been very busy today, again, giving statements, trying to quell, again, that uncertainty in the markets. Yeah, we've got rid of about 80% of Iran's missile sites, they're saying. Statement. Non-stop explosions reported in Tehran as Iranian accounts describe the largest wave of strikes yet. That was 10 hours ago. Trump says Iran doesn't have anything left. They should have cried uncle 2 days ago. So here's a good chart. There's some interesting data here. Let me bring it into focus for you guys here. All right. Estimated Iranian ballistic missiles launched toward Israel February 20th through March 9th, 2026. So you see they are definitely on a downtrend here, okay? 100%. 95 on February 28th. By March 1st, it was 57. 2nd, it was 28. On the 3rd, 25. And then again, today, the 9th of March, or yesterday, I should say now, we are on the 10th now here where I'm at. Again, just 10 ballistic missiles launched. And now, this chart doesn't account for all the other types of missiles they're launching and all the other types of drones they're launching as well. IDF, for the second time today, the IDF has begun a broad wave of strikes in Tehran. The IDF has begun a broad wave of strikes against terror targets there. Again, kind of similar post there. Same statistics there. Again, this is footage from IDF forces destroying 3 more Iranian F-14 Tomcats on the ground. Take a look at that. Fun fact, I see you guys speaking about IRC chat over there. We have a Nemico IRC. We have our own IRC node, now, which we have used. We used it in the past during the Ukraine situation. In the initial days of Ukraine, I don't know if some of you remember this, but Discord went down for about it was less than a day, but it was like hours that it was down. We use it as a backup for communications. It remains, again, kind of a backup for communications when Discord kind of goes down. We utilize the NemicoNet IRC. I'm actually planning to do an upgrade on that soon, transfer it to a new dedicated server on one of our racks, and it's kind of going to get a little bit of an upgrade. IRC, good old-fashioned IRC. So this is interesting here. Jonathan Carl from ABC says, "I've covered 5 presidents and never seen one other president than Trump who regularly takes phone calls from reporters. I spoke to him 3 times since the military operation began. Each time I simply called him and he answered. Trump's just waiting to pick up the phone."
I've covered 5 different presidents. I have never seen one other than Donald Trump who regularly takes phone calls from reporters. So I thought I would talk a little bit about that. I've spoken to him over the phone 3 times since the military operation, the war against Iran started. In each of those cases, I simply called him and he answered. Some of the conversations are short. Some of them can be quite lengthy. I talked to him today during the middle of the afternoon, and the call lasted for about 20 minutes. When I called, I was actually calling to ask him because if he was firing Kristi Noem, because ABC News was about to report that had happened. And it turned out that he was, as I was talking to him, reviewing the statement that he would put out saying that she was leaving office. And he told me he was sitting there with Marco Rubio, and he started to read the statement to me, and then he pressed send and said, "Look, you can see it now. You can see it now." And sure enough, while we were talking, it appeared on Truth Social.
Interesting. Very interesting. That's a very angry photo of the president there. Very, very angry photo. Trump said, "I have no message for Mojtaba. None whatsoever." Interesting. Again, more statements there. Barkdale Air Force Base in Shreveport, LA, was placed on a base-wide lockdown earlier this morning after an unauthorized drone was spotted over the base, resulting in a shelter-in-place order for the base. Many U.S. military installations here in the States have had incidences the past week or two. We're kind of like in a very heightened security state, a very heightened awareness state right now. I can tell you personally where I'm at, we've had some incidents. Again, all made public, of course. You know what I mean. All of them were either false or not false alarms. You could say false alarms. But, you know, again, all of the installations across the U.S. are at higher readiness levels or higher, you know, threat levels, so to speak, right? Higher security states, you could say. I think we're at like FPCon Bravo Plus, I'm pretty sure, nationwide at all of our military installations at the moment. So not too much of a step up. It's just like at a slightly heightened security posture, right? Okay. We're all at like as I said, a heightened security posture across the United States. But I've seen multiple reports coming out of incidences like this across the U.S. at many different military installations. Watch Qatar's Air Force intercepting Iranian drones. You can see this video here with some copyrighted music that I'm going to mute. There you go. Trump to CBS, he says, I think the war is very complete. Again, this same statement has been echoed many, many times today. I don't think I need to reiterate on that. Again, according to a release from the IDF has targeted 6 Iranian military airports since the start of the ongoing joint Israeli operation against Iran. You can see some footage there, again, from some thermal cameras mounted on drones, again, showing some of those aircraft that were struck and destroyed. More of the same statements. More of the same statements there. Again, this is some Russia-based stuff. This one was interesting. Israel's air and missile campaign has heavily damaged military facilities in and around Isfahan, including strikes on the 8th Fighter Wing Base and other IRGC ground forces bases that satellite imagery shows have been cratered and hit multiple impacts. Again, you can see some before and after images here on your screens. Very interesting stuff there. Again, those are before and after. You can see a lot of those sites have been absolutely destroyed. So they've wiped entire buildings, you know, across this installation here, completely out. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, that about sums up our kind of 12-hour recap there on X. I know there's a lot of those statements coming from the White House. That was like the big story today. All of the, again, as I said, what I'm chalking that up to is like mitigation efforts for them to kind of, you know, quell the panic here in the markets and help bring those oil prices back down and out of their upward spiral that they were in over the past 24 hours. Again, we're sitting pretty at about $90 a barrel now. Again, that is much higher than what we saw on the 28th. If I go here, 1 week view. Let's take a look at the 1 week view here. So this was back on, that's February 12th, and we did start to creep up. Again, it has been fluctuating over the past few months here. Anytime a news post would come out, you know, saying that the U.S. was moving stuff into theater over in the Middle East, you know, you get a spike, it would come back down, you know what I mean? You get a spike, it come back down. People are like, oh my God, we're gonna hit Iran, and then, you know, we wouldn't see some news for a couple days or a week, and it would settle back down, and then another news post would come out, it'd spike back up. This is directly correlated to a lot of, again, those reports of you know, the U.S. again possibly going into the Middle East. We saw a spike around Venezuela when that occurred. But then if you go, if I show you right about, let me see here, where are we at? That's 15th February. No, so that's actually not showing accurate dates. That's showing yearly. Hold on, give me a second here. Bear with me. So that's 3/9. 1 hour 5. That's the hourly. Okay, so here's okay, so here's a better. Shoot, hold on. This chart is confusing. Charts are hard. That's 20. That's 2025. If I go back here, that's the 10th. So yeah, that's not going out as much as I want. This is what? Yeah, that's the 9th. Okay, so here we have March 3rd. Sorry, that's March 6th. Yeah, that's March 6th. I want to go back a little bit further than that. Can we hit the 30-day? Yeah, this is still not going as far back as I wanted to. Here we go. I think this is about the best we're going to get. So this is February 27th. All right? We were sitting at about 70. It was in between like 60 and 70 a barrel. I think when I checked it that day, it was like 69 a barrel, right? And then immediately, this initial spike is the war starting, right? That's the 1st March, right? And then this is our most recent spike here, all right? Again, peaked at about 118 a barrel. Again, it's not showing very accurately on this map, sorry, on this chart here. We did peak at about 118 a barrel yesterday, all right, as you guys saw in last night's stream. And then after all those statements today, boom, down, all right? We've gone right back down. We've settled back down out of this spike here. Again, most of those reports that we saw today were, again, aimed at quelling that panic in the markets. That's what that was. Creator says a bunch of tankers have showed up over Tel Aviv. We can take a look at that real quick. Holy cow! 1, 2, 3, 4. This guy's heading out. 5, 6. That guy's heading out. That guy's heading out. That guy's heading out. That guy's heading out. So we have like 4 or 5 heading in, 4 or 5 heading out. So again, this is shift change. This is that shift change I've been telling you guys about there. So yeah, these guys are heading back in from theater, and these guys are all heading back out. And again, to keep in mind here, if you see that many tankers operating, right? Imagine how many are out here, and then imagine how many other aircraft all of those tankers are supporting. Interesting flight coming in here to Beirut. Got a cargo flight coming in Beirut. Still got that helicopter hovering over there as well. Very interesting. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have been streaming live here for about 4.5 hours this evening. Again, I warned you guys at the beginning of this broadcast this evening that tonight's stream would be a little shorter. Again, it's been pretty late day, pretty late stream here for us. Again, it's coming on about 3 a.m. here, my time, Central Time, here in the United States. Again, I thank all of you for tuning in this evening. I am going to be ending it off here, unfortunately. I know. Don't worry, we will be back here tomorrow. Again, unsure as to the time, but I'll probably put a post out earlier in the day if I can. Again, just to alert you guys of when I'm going to be going live. Again, I got a really busy week here between editing for the channel, some of the other research and projects that I got going on in the background, and then some other, life-related things that are going on, work-related things that are going on. So, again, I will be at least trying to get a stream in each day. Tomorrow is Wednesday, so that is the day that I've... well, actually, today is Tuesday. I should say today is Tuesday. Wednesday, which is the day after kind of tomorrow here in the States, right, is my video upload target date. So tomorrow I'm trying to get the rest of that video that I want to get uploaded Wednesday done. We will be streaming. Again, I don't know when. I don't know how long it's going to be for, but I'll post way ahead of time just to let you guys know, all right? To keep you guys in the loop, all right? I will most likely be releasing 1 or 2, possibly 2 videos this week, which, again, I've been trying to get out 1 video per week, but I think this might be a 2 video week because there's some pretty important subjects that I want to cover, and I want to get those out as quickly as possible to you guys. Again, they kind of go into more deep dives on what's kind of going on here, some of the more intricate stuff. One of them is that kind of misinformation video / AI deepfakes video. Again, we hit on some of the misinformation and propaganda that's kind of going around, and kind of show you guys how to identify it, show you some examples of it. And then we also kind of go into some of like the AI generated stuff that we've been seeing, how to identify it, how to combat it, etc. Show you some examples of it as well. And then the other video I have that I'm working on, again, is it's kind of a deep dive into where I think this situation is going. We'll be talking about like the boots on the ground situation, like what that's looking like, what that would look like. what the possibility of that happening is, what the different scenarios that could unfold there with that. So those are the 2 videos that we have in the works now. As part of the misinformation video, I will probably be doing... originally I was going to do the whole cluster missile thing breakdown as like a separate video. I'm probably just going to tie that into the propaganda / misinformation video as like a segment. Again, I've been doing some more research on that, and again, hopefully we'll have some pretty good analysis for you guys in that video. But again, I hope to get those released, if not tomorrow, most likely Wednesday, which is our usual upload day that I'm aiming for. Again, that's going to be kind of going forward. New videos will be launching Wednesday, sometimes Thursday, but most likely I want to get into a schedule of Wednesday, and then possibly over the course of the week, another video. So like 1 or 2 videos a week. There will always be a video Wednesday, but then at some point in the week around that, there will be another video. One may be shorter, one may be longer. Again, I'm still working out how I'm going to do that schedule. Same with the streaming schedule. We're still working on that. I'm still working on putting the final touches on the Discord as well. I hope to have a kind of like a post published both on YouTube and over on the Discord. Over on the Discord, that post will be outlining all the changes we've made to the Discord server, what each new channel is for, how to find them, how to access them, how to handle them. It'll go into detail on, you know, all of the changes that we've done over there, you know, with the automation, with ranks and roles, with our moderation, with all that stuff that I've been working on. I'm still trying to finish those changes. I'm probably going to get to that tomorrow morning, hopefully, and then I can get that post out to you guys later in the day. Hopefully we can get the ball rolling on posting into some of those new channels. There's still a few channels that need to be added. There's still a few modifications that need to be made, so I'll be working on that. Again, as I said, probably tomorrow or later tonight after I'm done with this stream before I hit the hay, I'll be knocking that out. We'll see how it goes, but again, that's a big thing that's been in the works. Again, there's a whole bunch of projects in the background here. We got rPanel. We're trying to get that finished off for you guys. I got INDB. I'm trying to get the beta finished off for that. A whole bunch of videos that we're working on. We're working on some Ukraine stuff. I know a lot of you guys have asked about Ukraine. We're still working on some content for Ukraine as well. So again, for those that have been waiting for that patiently, I thank you for, again, holding out. Again, we got a couple videos for that. There's a whole bunch of other videos that we're making that are not necessarily related to Iran that I'll be putting out as well. So keep an eye out for those. Again, guys, make sure you're subscribed. And if you are subscribed, hit the notification bell. And keep an eye out, guys. I'm going to post in the Discord server. I'm probably going to spam this around a bunch, all right? So don't be surprised when you start seeing this post over and over again. I'm going to be putting up a poll on YouTube in our community section over on the channel, right? And I'm going to link that poll into our Discord, you know, like with a link where you can click to go and vote in that poll. But that poll is going to be asking, you know, like if you're getting notifications on what platforms, etc., how often are you getting notifications, etc., right? We're going to be running some polls to get some more data on, you know, just how many people aren't getting notified during these streams or when our videos go live, etc. So keep an eye out for those. And if you can, please drop your feedback in those polls. It will help. It will help a ton. I've been talking to YouTube a ton lately. Surprisingly, again, we're a smaller channel. We're not too big. Again, we just surpassed 50,000 subs. I think we're sitting at 51.5 thousand. I think we're very close to 51.6 thousand actually at the moment. All right, but surprisingly, I've been able to like communicate very well with YouTube. I've had some we've had some issues with YouTube, of course. We're trying to resolve those, but I've had really good luck. I mean, there's channels that are twice as big as us, and they can hardly ever get through to anybody at YouTube. But I've found some techniques that have worked out very well with getting a hold of YouTube's higher ups, like this so you have YouTube's support, right? But then they have managers that are above them, and I've gotten really good escalating tickets and live chats above to other levels of the management at, you know, higher up the chain, and have gotten really good results. We got the stream stuff figured out. Originally, we weren't going to be able to stream for like 7 days. We had our streaming enabled the next day, right? So I'm hoping I can like get some insight, right? If I run these polls, you know, maybe crunch the numbers here and then send that over to them, you know, and, you know, maybe complain a little bit. Just kind of get some, maybe, you know, we probably won't resolve any issues right away, but maybe I can get some insight, right? Get some more insight. I've been crunching some numbers, looking at analytics and stuff, and it is completely clear that a very, very, very small percentage of people are getting the notifications, which again is very annoying, right? And again, that could just be an issue of people maybe not hitting that notification bell, maybe not hitting the all button underneath that notification bell. But I'm going to get it figured out. I'm not the only channel dealing with this. There's a lot of other OSINT related channels that have been dealing with this. A lot of kind of war coverage related channels dealing with this. It could just be a symptom of the type of content that we do here on the channel, unfortunately. And holy cow, look at all of the tankers operating right now. There is an absolute ton of these tankers. All right, ladies and gentlemen, again, if you haven't already, join our Discord. There's a server for it down in the description below. Again, over there you can get access to 24/7 open source intelligence updates in our automated feeds. You can also get some pretty good community aggregated analysis and reports over there as well. You can join in the community discussion, which is huge, right? We got a whole bunch of stuff over there. It's also the best way to get notified whenever we go live with videos or streams. I always post over there and send out notifications to people prior to when we're going live and when we upload new videos and all that great stuff. So highly recommend that. Also, if you haven't already, go follow us on X. It's x.com/Nemico Network. Again, we post 24/7 updates here on Nemico Network. This is a combination of my own curated updates and reports, and then other updates and data that has been aggregated from other sources across the web. So it's a really good all around place to get reports and information. Again, I know I'm still working out a couple bugs over there, a couple kinks. I'm hoping to get those fixed here real soon for you. If you'd like to support the stream, again, as I always say, the best way to do it is by hitting the like button below on our videos and our live streams, making sure you're subscribed. If you're over on Twitch, making sure you're following, etc. But also, you can find links down in the description below where you can help support us a little bit more. Again, it's your support that is going to allow me to continue to do this. Again, I'm kind of aiming to do this more full-time for you guys. I'm working to, increase the quality of content here and increase the output of content for you guys in the coming weeks and months. So again, your support is always highly, highly appreciated. Thank you guys so much. I think that about sums it up. Again, I was supposed to get the cam and OSINT streams up and running last night to kind of fill the void when I'm not up reporting. However, I ran into some technical issues with them, and I'm still trying to work through those. Don't know if I'll be able to get those up this evening. I'm going to try. After I'm done live here, I'm going to go on there and I'm going to try to get those fixed. Again, they might not get up tonight, but they're going to be up here at some point. We'll have them running again. Again, we're trying to avoid another YouTube calamity like we had recently. And I had some technical issues while trying to fix some of those problems. We're actually having air raid sirens coming out of Tel Aviv at the moment. Out of Tel Aviv, we're having air raid sirens currently. Again, ladies and gentlemen, as always, thank you so much for stopping by this evening. I am going to leave this feed up just for a few minutes here while these air raid alerts are going off in Tel Aviv. It does look like we had another barrage of missiles inbound on both Jerusalem and Tel Aviv at the moment. All right, so I will keep the feed live here for the next few minutes. Again, as we watch for some possible missile interceptions here. Again, as always, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you tuning in. I will be live tomorrow. Keep an eye out for any updates. Keep an eye out for those cam and OSINT streams. I should get those up here pretty soon. I will keep this stream live here, just again, while these air raid alerts are coming in. And then I'll most likely be taking it down so I can look at getting those cam and OSINT streams back up for you. But until next time, ladies and gentlemen, you are watching Nemico Network.